It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day, it's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 oh. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. It's a new beginning, higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day, it's a new beginning, higher grounds, we're lifting up, nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds, we're lifting up, nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day, it's a new beginning, higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day, it's a new beginning, higher grounds, we're lifting up, nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds, we're lifting up, nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us we're stepping forward. We're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, Oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, higher ground. We're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. we call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us bound. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 yeah. We know we got that power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory. Riches and glory of the motherland, and nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, Oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Forever we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground.
Interesting event to make yourself available today. My name is Kachi Ofia, and this morning we will be talking about entrepreneurship, building a purposeful SME at this time, a purpose-driven startup. Of course, I'm sure every single person here has a business. Can I see a show of hands if, you started something, you're about to start something, or you know somebody who started something? Exactly. The majority of us here are. Now, oftentimes, one thing we do not talk about is why. I mean, if I ask anyone here, I'm sure one of your whys would be to make money. But there's so much that can drive the growth of businesses beyond just the idea and the objective to be profitable, purpose being one of them. And that's exactly what we're going to discuss today, why this is very, very important. My name is Kachi Ofia, and I will be moderating this panel. I'm so glad to be here. Would you please give a round of applause for me? Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, please give a round of applause for yourselves as well. We would like to begin by introducing the manager for the SME development for Afrexim Bank to give a brief opening remark, and then of course we will invite our panelists on stage and begin this conversation. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Jerry Asage as he comes forward.
Thank you very much, Kachi. Good morning once again. I love people. This is business. I know people try to frown when it's business, but this round, you need to smile because it's business. I want to welcome everyone here this morning on behalf of the President and Chairman of the Board of Afrexim Bank. I want to welcome you once again to the IATF2025. So I want you to put your hands together for yourself this morning. Now, the panel here today, like Kachi said, we're building, in terms of building resilience and looking at strategies for SMEs to be able to thrive and startups. If you found out that the world is changing, like we all know, tariff news here and there, you're hearing that a lot of people are blocking the trade routes, and at the same time, most of the people that are affected in what is happening all across the globe, SMEs are at the receiving end of what was happening. And something Afrexim Bank is doing is that both for financial and non-financial, Afrexim Bank is providing solutions for SMEs to be able to thrive, as well as startup. In a couple of years, we actually work with different partners. Some of them are available in this room, and they've been able to help us to support and work with improving export-oriented SMEs. This particular panel, you are going to be listening to very qualified experts who have done it in business, who have done it in their professional life and who have been able to train and also support a lot of SMEs and startup. And a lot of them today, they are participating in cross-border trade. A lot of them today, they are developing new products and they are opening up new markets. So just for you to enjoy today, I just want you to sit back, I want you to relax, and I want you to engage with them. I mean, Kachi here, it's going to make sure that he strips your mind so that you can open up your mind to be able to ask the right question. Anything you want to do, I expect that you begin with the question, why? We can't just do anything without starting with the question. And that's why Afrexim Bank is saying, we want to open up your mind of innovation. As a startup, we want to open up your mind. So that's what we want us to do today. So please sit back, relax, and be ready to engage this morning. Thank you very much once again for joining us. The panel is hereby declared open. Thank you very much, Kachi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Asage. Now, I would like to begin this panel by introducing the panelists, and I will begin with Ms. Jackie Mpondo Hendricks, the founder and chief social entrepreneur, Business Pledge Collaborators, founder, Foundation of Franchising in Africa, and past president, Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Jackie as she makes her way, yes, please, this way, as she makes her way to the stage, looking very, very beautiful. Please, let's not get tired of giving her a round of applause. Like Mr. Jerry said, I know it's business, but you see, at the core of what you do, you are inventors and creators. So we must walk in that consciousness. I would also like to invite Mr. Mulualem Sium, the Chief Executive Officer, Africa Electronic Trade Group. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward. Now, these, our panelists today have several instruments that are available, and they have been experienced in enabling other people build startups, which I'm sure you will equally benefit from today. And we have Dr. Olumide Ajayi, the Managing Director, Africa Leadership Foundation. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And finally, not the least in any way, we have Mr. Mohamed Kasim, the CEO, Egypt Export Manufacturers Association, ExpoLink. A round of applause as he comes forward. Okay. So I believe every single person has a microphone at close proximity to them. So just to give us an idea of why we are here, we're here to explore long-term benefits of startups. You know, why do we do what we do? Why do we create and why do we invent? Is the goal just to be commercially viable, or could there be more within the entire landscapes of having a startup beyond just profit and could eventually lead to even more profit? I want us to start up with purpose. What purpose means to you as a business owner, as someone who has supported startups? I'm going to just begin with Mr. Mohammed to my extreme. What does purpose in a startup mean to you?
Thank you very much. I think this is a very valid question, and without purpose, we can't start anything.
Yes.
Basically, without startups, there's no growth, there's no opportunities. And our attention should be given to start with to startups. This is the hope for the future, and this is what will make a community thrives, and this is what will make growth at the end of the day. However, if you allow me, I would like to highlight the mega trends that controls our world, our economic world right now, because we don't work in vacuum. In Africa, we are part of the greater world out there. And we should be part of the global value chain. Although our contribution to the global value chain is still very minimal right now, away from the minerals and the basic items, we are not really a major player in the global value chain. But what's happening now is a re-engineering of the global value chain for many reasons. But the change of the global value chain presented an unprecedented opportunity for Africa to take its deserved place in the world. Because of what happened in Corona time and what happened in the wars in Ukraine and in Gaza, the world realized that the long supply chain that took place in the past few decades because of the offshoring has to be reversed. And now the name of the game is reshoring, nearshoring, and friendly shoring. All this presents an opportunity for Africa that has never been before, and we should take advantage of it, and nothing better than new SMEs to take advantage of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you so much for that. I would like to bring Ms. Jackie into this conversation because he spoke extensively about where we are in the global value chain. You know, he spoke about COVID. He spoke about the current crisis we're seeing in several parts of the world. Now, I know that there's certain global frameworks as well, like, you know, the Sustainable Development Goals, the ESGs, that can properly position a startup if a founder keeps these things in mind to ensure that they access markets, it can help them influence policy. And at the core of it all, speaking to what I know you're very passionate about, women and youth empowerment. How do you think embedding these frameworks could enable a startup do even better?
Thank you so much for that question. Firstly, I'd like to say I'm very humbled to have been granted this opportunity to engage and to speak to this absolutely beautiful audience. Thank you so much. And also thank you to our beautiful moderator as well. I first want to start off with a position statement around startups and business, and also touching on the issue of purpose-driven business. We are born to be in a certain stage in history, and we are then mandated to take upon the challenges that comes with that time in history to respond in whatever a way possible. As business, as SMMEs, when we operate within a certain environment, we cannot be blind to some of the challenges that face society, and we need to carve a way of how we can start contributing towards changing the narrative. For me, coming from South Africa, I want to be very unapologetic about the fact that at the cornerstone of what I do is around women empowerment, the inclusion of women in mainstream economy. And when we say that also, it's on the basis that we recognize the power that women have in terms of contributing towards the growth of society at large. Now, when we speak about some of these matters, and I've been doing this for so long, where you speak, and when people look at certain scenarios and we speak about startups, yes, it's good to have startups, but we've said that for the last 50 years. So why is it that the current rate in terms of startups, we look at a failure rate across the continent within 3 years, where we look at an average about 34% of startups shutting down. In South Africa, we're actually looking at over 80%. So there is something fundamentally that we are doing wrong. So it's not about whether we should have startups or not. It's about how do we ensure that startups reach their full potential and reach their full impact. And I think also, when people talk about entrepreneurship, and I had a very interesting conversation with Doc about entrepreneurship, we also need to understand why people become entrepreneurs. Because you might be an entrepreneur, but you might not be wired to be an entrepreneur, because you're just an entrepreneur because you need to survive. And that comes with its own challenges when we establish startups that are survivalists. We need to start looking at, when we look at a startup, how do we look at the long-term view and how do we support them to go beyond just being entrepreneurs, but being legacy builders, wealth creators. We need to start talking about intergenerational wealth. And those are the type of conversations and practical solutions that we need to start in place. As women, I want to challenge us also, that we need to start setting our own agenda in terms of where do we place ourselves in this Africa that we dream of 2063. What are our targets? What have we set as our own objectives? And we need to own our narrative.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Now, I love what you've said. You've spoken about intergenerational wealth. You've challenged the women here. And Mr. Mulwalem, I would like to bring up the industry that you were in, the Africa Electronic Trade Group, into this conversation. Let's talk about instruments, because as Africans, we are faced with severe challenges that significantly impact on our ability to create and to scale as well. So let's talk about some instruments that have been put in place in your experience to enable some of these founders not only build wealth, but align with purpose as well, because that is the core of this purpose-driven.
Thank you very much. Indeed, purpose-driven impact, purpose-driven entrepreneurship is the key to build sustainable growth. In the last 40 years, in Africa, the small businesses are not growing. And why are not growing? And we came up with the solution of, there is so many issues and challenges. I don't bore you with the time on that, but what is the solution on that is why, first of all, why they are not growing and how can we be able to address that challenges? So we can make a collective impact throughout the continent, basically. And we find the small business needs the how to do business. The small business needs affordable finance. The small business needs in which to do easily to do business within the countries and the region and the continent. And addressing that and to build, we came up with integrated ecosystem for sustainable business growth. And what does it do is this integrated ecosystem is collectively all of us purpose-driven organizations by national level, regional level can be integrated within this. And we propose the African Union to work collectively together in these areas, and we get the mandate to operationalize digital and financial inclusion. When we say we, is collectively national, regional organizations that we can work together and making an impact to change the narrative, to change the way it has been operating business in the continent, building that as small business is sustainable, and they are demonstrating is also growth. And as you can imagine, that a small business has not been growing in the last 40 years. And the demand of the job demand is staggering, because when the businesses are not growing, and there is no job as well. So as a result of that, it was very hard to manage. So what exactly do we do to support this? We came up with 6 major components. One is a training material called Changing the Mindset. Changing the mindset to be productive, changing the mindset to be efficient, because efficiency and productivity leads to competitiveness. And competitiveness leads us to sustainable growth. That is one. The second item is market linkage. Business without market linkage cannot be sustainable. And as a result, we have a Pan-African marketplace called Sokuku. Sokuku in Kiswahili, it is a common market, big market. It signifies also unity. The third one is affordable finance. And finance has been a challenge in our continent. We have about 102 development finance, 39,000 officially registered microfinance, over 600 commercial banks. Collectively, all of that is supporting small business only 7%. 7% only. And we've been considering small business is like a kind of charity contributions, but it is 93% is the untapped market that we are not utilizing it yet. Just imagine that the 93% of small businesses, if they get the support they need, just we transform the continent within a very short period of time. And for that, we have just started a pilot project with Afrexim Bank, that to export-ready accelerator program. And if we have exceeded that expectation, if we expand and any other organization come forward, like Afrexim Bank, at the continental level, within short period of time, we can really transform the continent. So that is what the third item of that. And small business, of course, they need a number of support that is required. But if we integrated just this, a few one, that we can build sustainabilities and we can build a huge impact in the continent.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Very much for that. Now, one of the things I would also like to point out is, from everything you have said, information itself is power, because the information that we are even getting from this meeting, being here alone, the fact that you are here is part of the steps you're taking towards getting to the goals that you desire. That being said, if anyone is making videos or pictures, I would like to encourage you to please hashtag IATF2025, Afrexim Bank, Trade, Finance, SMEs, Africa Business, AFCFTA Marketplace, just to make sure that you get that correctly spelled. And you can also tag Afrexim Bank in your pictures and videos as well. Now, we've spoken extensively about attractiveness. You know, Dr. Olumide, being attractive as a business, and how embedding purpose into governance and into the very fiber of our startup could actually make a business much more attractive to investors. A lot of the people who are sitting in this room are equally in agribusiness, which is something that you are very passionate about. So let's talk about embedding purpose into our businesses. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank our moderator and also the SME Development Division of Afrexim for organizing this. We have been in the space of incubating businesses and SME for a very long time. But I want to respond first to him. Why are small businesses, why are they not growing? They're not growing because they lack knowledge. They are not growing because they lack support. Some is not about finance. We have trained people who said, I don't need your money. It is this knowledge. And they have gone ahead to develop small businesses that have become very big corporations today. Jackie asked me, can people be trained to become entrepreneurs, or they just have these qualities? And I said to her, yes. We've seen people who are clueless about their life and came into our space, and we were able to give them the requisite capacity, and today they are running their businesses, even without financial support. So capacity is one major hindrance. Lack of capacity is one major hindrance to the growth of SMEs. And you cannot have SMEs who are not very knowledgeable. I told our moderator that at the onset, when AFTA agreement was signed, they didn't consider SME. It was big corporations that were talking. And eventually when they realized that, oh, the SMEs needs to be integrated, yet they didn't have any clue until Afrexim came up and said, okay, we're going to set up an SME development division to be able to deal with this issue. So what we do and how we make small businesses grow is to set up what we have here, what we call the SME Agribusiness Export Readiness training program, in which we take small businesses through our export market integration plan, development sessions. We're able to show them how they can first expand, diversify their business, and fully integrate into the export market. So for us, for you to have attractive SMEs, knowledge is key. If you don't know the market, if you don't know what the market wants, you cannot thrive. You cannot be. So when you're going into a business or you want to set up a business, does the market need what? For me, all the SMEs that we have been able to develop and train started because they recognize that there is a problem to be solved. And those problems is what they bring to us, and we help them to incubate and to become a thriving business. So knowledge is very key. Yeah, financial support is key because many of these SMEs that have great ideas that are already in business that wants to expand don't even know how they can get money. So one of the things that Nigeria did then was to create what we call agribusiness small and medium enterprise investment scheme. Now, they have EDIs, and I know Jerry, we had run that program together in Nigeria. They selected some institutions and say, take people, train them, let them develop some kind of a business plan, and with that business plan, we will fund them and allow them to grow before we take the money from them. And it has worked for us. So these are things that this kind of ecosystem we need to create to make SMEs and startup attractive. Thank you.
Very much. And I think that's, thank you very much for that. Now I would like to throw, and please for the people in the audience, I would like to address you as founders and innovators. So when I say founders and innovators, please, I'm referring to you. We will be taking in questions as well, so please feel free to prepare questions that you may want to ask. Profit share, or rather just profit and problem solving, because you see, I think these are two reasons why people would go into an SME or start up a business. So on one hand, it's to make profit, but then problem solving speaks to purpose. How would you assess the rate at which either or is used as an inspiration for starting a business? Do you find a lot of businesses with both as a goal, or with one or the other? And I would like, Mr. Mohammed, to just, begin this, because you did speak to me about the project that you currently have in Egypt that you're looking to see how you can equally replicate across Africa. So let's begin with that. Problem solving and profit. Which is it? Can I?
Here you go. Before I answer your important question and give the audience an overview of the project that we had in Egypt, I want my fellow panelists not to worry too much about the failure rate of startups. I have lived in the United States, and the failure rate of the startups in the United States is 90%. Those people who fail does not mean they are going to commit suicide. It means that they are going to most probably try again. And I don't know how, you don't want to know how many failures I faced in my life vis-a-vis every success I had. You don't really succeed from the first strike. Otherwise, it's a strike of luck. So you have to keep trying. And this is what happens in everywhere in the world. So don't worry about the failure rate per se. You worry about their spirits and resilience, and they're coming back to the market and try something else. The issue that our lovely moderator referred to, I think it's, I would like to talk a little bit about it. But before I do that, I want to mention one thing that we have done in Egypt to try to mitigate the risk of failure, which creating something we call the Export Academy. Thanks to Afri-Exim Bank, we have brought to this event 20 of our Egyptian and Africans and African graduates of that academy and of that program. And we will be happy to expand our Export Academy presence to any African country that's willing and wishing to do that. And we have here Mr. Khalaf, he's the managing director of that organization. So please, can you stand up? Just anyone wants to do something about this, please contact Khalaf, and you leave your contact with the panel, and they will get back. But the issue that we have, everybody knows that we had a big revolution in Egypt in 2011. Anybody doesn't know that? In 2011, we had the youth revolution that came because of the stagnation of the Mubarak regime. Mubarak regime was not better than any other regime that's we have in our beautiful continent that was marred with corruption and inefficiencies. But in the aftermath of that revolution, we tried to do something. So we created a project, we called it Your Job Next Door. One of the problems of the startups, they don't know where to go, who is going to support them. So it was the Export Council for Apparel, the Chamber of Apparel and Home Textile, and other government agencies. They put their efforts together and they created that project. The project is based on what we call the Big Brother approach. Big manufacturers will adopt 2 or 3 small ones that they are going to start and feed them with orders to secure or guarantee their sustainability at the beginning.
And this is what can be replicated across.
Of course. The idea is there. The idea is to bring the jobs next door to the people. One of the issues in most countries is where the unemployment is in one place and the industrial development is another. So there is no connection here. So what we needed to do and what we have done is to bring the business to the villages where the workers, particularly in the garment business, it's 80% is female. So we have women empowerment, we create employment, and we create entrepreneurship, because each of those startups we put on the responsibility of it on 3 to 4 young people that the government will support them through the banks with guaranteed loans. The big business will support them with orders.
You know, if I hear everything you're saying, just if I may just coming at this point, and I'm sure everyone would agree with me that everything you're speaking to at the end of the day for SMEs is still purpose-driven. To say that these businesses are properly driven by a goal in mind. At this point, I think I would like to, open this conversation up to the audience as well. Would anyone have any question or experience that they may have encountered as it pertains to building a purposeful startup a challenge they may want to ask? Can I just see you? Thank you very much. A show of hands. Is it possible to get a microphone? Yes. So we do have one question. I think we will take that question, but first, I was actually going to bring you into this conversation as well, especially as it pertains to the comparison between the profit and the purpose as well. So, Ms. Jackie, just, if I can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you in terms of encouraging us not to look at failure negatively. Yes. We start many things, we fail, and then we succeed. However, the challenges that we face, and I'm going to reference my lived experience, and my lived experience is in South Africa. We cannot not take it serious, the fact that over 80% of our SMMEs are failing, especially when we have a government that is supportive of SMME development. We have all the required funding, programs, interventions, and also coming from the Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have incubated thousands of SMMEs in our incubation program for export readiness, import readiness, market access. Our SMMEs have exhibited on every single trade fair that you can think of in the world. And yes, and yet they are not growing. And yet they are failing. We cannot do the same thing and expect different results. That is the definition of insanity. So it is imperative that for us to make meaningful impact, that we need to investigate and look into the reasons why SMMEs fail.
That's a very valid point.
One of the issues, for example, in South Africa, is the fact that we have too much red tape, number one, in terms of the whole application process. The other challenge that we have is that we need to challenge the policy framework, and also in terms of the financial services regulatory framework that we have, where I was speaking to Doc and I was saying that even when you apply for funding, they do not look at the transaction at hand, but they look at the individual that is bringing the request, which then means automatically most SMMEs are declined, irrespective of the actual transaction at hand. The other thing also that I also want to focus on is when a Prof mentioned the issue around spirit and resilience. Yeah? Spirit and resilience doesn't just come, And what happens also when we look at SMME development programs, we focus on the entrepreneur as a business, but we don't focus on the entrepreneur as a person. So what happens is that you will build the entrepreneur with all the technical skills and knowledge that they need to have to run a successful business. However, from a personal perspective, you haven't been able to build their character sufficiently enough for them to deal with the challenges and the ups and downs that come with entrepreneurship.
That's a very, 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 I think we may even have even more questions now. I think we may have, but unfortunately we do have to bring this conversation to a close shortly. So I would like to take your question just before I let you know. Everyone will have at least 1 minute to give closing remarks. So please proceed with your question, your name and your question, and if you want to direct your question to a particular panelist, feel free to do so as well. Yes, that gentleman over there. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Moe Mwemba from Zambia. I began my career in banking and finance, and as a young entrepreneur, I was quite passionate about fintech. And something that we quickly understood in fintech was the unbanked number of Africans on the continent. Now, when we talk about being unbanked, some of the challenges that are faced by SMEs is that they do not have proper banking structures. And for example, in Zambia, we have alternative banking models, such as mobile money transfers, which allows people to use their SIM cards to store their money or transfer money. Now, this data is not captured by banks, meaning they cannot effectively provide banking statements. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the requirements to join this, what can I say, this trip to come to Algeria is that we had to provide 3 months banking statements. And for most SMEs, which are startups, you find banking statements are not even viable. So what I want to just bring to your attention is you may want to look into alternative structures to capture value that SMEs are actually bringing to the table, besides having bank accounts. Now, I do understand you're coming from banks, and your priority, obviously, is to create a bankable continent. Now, however, you also need to bear in mind that there are transactions that are happening, either cash-based, that are not captured, and the instruments and the tools that are needed to capture that data are still not in place. So we would like to see a future where alternative structures are also acceptable as a line of credit.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. I think we can take one more question. Or the lady is sitting in front. Please, your name and what your question or comment. Please, let's keep it to 1 minute. Thank you very much. Her microphone isn't on.
Thanks very much. My name is Susan Kangama. I'm coming from Malawi. My interest was on where we were explaining that we are seeing that a lot of SMEs, yes, we have a lot of startups, but eventually maybe to the percentage of 80 to 90 are failing. All right, I'll speak from where I'm coming from in Malawi, whereby indeed we have a lot of entrepreneurs and startups. So basically what I've noted, and the most challenges that are happening is that you might have the product, very good, very nice, well represented, but the challenge where it's coming is when you want to register with the Bureau of Standards. So that's a very big challenge whereby a lot of people are having challenges. I should stand? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. All right, yeah, where a lot of people are having challenges to register to the Bureau of Standards. So like there's speculations where I think it just goes through among the entrepreneurs and startups where to say, oh no, it's difficult for you to register your product when you reach to that level. With that reason, we have seen that a lot of entrepreneurs are, you know, going back without getting registered to their products to the bureaus. So like for this, I really wanted to get from you that how can we come out of that, or how can the entrepreneurs come out from that and to be able to register to their products? Because yes, we might have good things, but to reach to the final stage where you need to register and that your products have to be known to everyone or in all, each and every stores, it's very difficult on that. Okay. Sometimes, yes, it's about issue of registration regarding money, maybe to register, but what I've noted is a fear whereby we're not able to come up to the last stage for our products to be known. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So, okay, but we have to keep it at 1 minute. And then what we will do to address these issues, I know there's quite a number of them. In your closing remark, I'm going to have all the panelists have at least a minute to respond and also summarize, you know, if we can do this. I know it might be hard, but please, if we may. Yes, please. Please, 1 minute. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, and sorry for Kate crashing into this meeting. I'm not an SME, I'm not an innovator, but I work with them. I work in a regulatory environment, and so I interact with them. My question is, the SME, I know it has been defined, and the needs of the SME. I also hope that we've really dig down to understand their nature. Because when you look at why they are failing, some of the reasons could be they have put their product in the market, there's a delay in their payments. The lady who has just talked about the issue of coming to certification. So I think as people are supporting them, we need to start from the very beginning, putting them in the route of quality infrastructure. If they want to develop a product, Are they dealing with people who are certified so that their raw materials are okay? Because sometimes you find that it becomes very costly. They are being supported, but at the end of the day, their product cannot get to the market because of quality issues. So I think this is something that needs to be looked at.
Addressed.
And also the lens, we need to look at these SMEs from a different lens, because sometimes we are looking at it from the big players and they don't fit in those shoes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think these issues you've raised are particular to SMEs because these are small businesses, you know, so looking at it from the small lens as well is equally important. Okay, now to my panelists. I hope we're ready. This is going to be a very sharp 1 minute. Mr. Mohammed, I'm going to begin with you. And then, of course, we will just take it at a time. So in a minute, your closing summary and a response if you have any.
1 minute. Okay, I think I thank my colleague who addressed the issue and the, of the failure of not to worry about the failure of the startups. And when I said not to worry, I think I meant also the government has to provide the conducive environment. Without conducive environment and the conducive legal framework, this will not work. But once we do our job as government and as business leaders, then we shouldn't worry about anybody else. It is up to them, it's up to their resilience and up to their ability to learn fast. What also we did is to support startups is creating a business incubator in our association, which is a businessman-driven association, two created the academy. And third is we started something we call policy support unit to advocate the improvement of the business environment and work closely with the government to remove the hiccups in the system. That's we just want to highlight that.
Yeah.
And again, I think we shouldn't worry about the startups or about our growth in Africa in the new world that we live in, because there is a huge opportunity for us, and shame on us if we don't take advantage of it.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give a round of applause to Mr. Mohammed? Very insightful thoughts. Mr. Muluwalam, your closing remarks, as well as a response to the questions, if you have any, in 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be very quick.
Thank you.
My brother over there talking about the fintech. Fintech is growing very, very fast. It is one of the emerging markets in our continent. Yes, indeed, it needs to give recognition on the transactions. In fact, the new way of due diligence and validating finance and lending is coming in based on purchasing power, saving. So that information will be available, and like progressive thinkers, financial institutions will be looking at as a criteria to come into. I am sure Afreximbank can be one of them as well in that regard. Coming up about profitability and impact-driven is that indeed, that to all small business, what I wanted to advise is that first, forget about the profitability. Find the challenges and address the challenges. That challenges can be your opportunity to make profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that really speaks to, the purpose-driven conversation. Ms. Jackie, ready for your 1 minute? Closing remarks and response if you have any. Thank you.
Yes, I actually do. Isn't it interesting that people who develop policies and all of that, legislative frameworks, have never been in business themselves? Yeah? So a lot of what is informed in the policy is theoretic. Until you live and experience the lived experience of SMMEs, I can tell you that you will do a quick turnaround in terms of some of the policy directives that are out there, number one. Number two, I also want to challenge SMMEs to, and I know you've probably learned certain things. Yes, you've learned about the 4 Ps, you've learned about everything else, but also follow your gut. I come from an environment where our family ran very successful supermarkets without a business plan. Yeah. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have one because that's a requirement. Yeah. However, the next time you look at recovering from your failure, you look at how to enter the market also differently in solving the same problem.
Yeah.
Because what we need to be real about as SMMEs, unless you're coming with an innovation, you are not going into virgin territory.
Sure.
So what we found, for example, especially I will reference, say, the FMCG sector, when you come with a product and you're challenging big giants within that space, yeah, you've got some stiff competition and you don't have budget to compete with them. And you don't have the relationships, for example, even with the buyers within that FMCG sector. Start thinking out of the box. Start thinking about how do you create distribution channels that do not directly compete with those who already have control of the market.
Of the market.
So that's my second observation. Apologies, I know I'm over 1 minute.
Over 1 minute.
Then my last and parting shot is to women. Women, we need to change the narrative of how we position ourselves. I don't want to hear about you multitasking. I know you multitask. Do men ever, when they introduce themselves, say, I'm a father, I'm a brother, I'm a cousin, I'm a this, I have to pick up the kids, I've got to arrange the funeral, I'm a this and a that? No. Because what you are subconsciously doing is you are reinforcing the perception that exists about you. So can I please encourage women to be very careful about how you position and introduce yourself. As women, we are there to bring and add value for a time like this. Let us take ownership and responsibility for it, and let us not outsource that to anybody else except ourselves and the mighty God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, Dr. Olumide, again, I would appeal for 1 minute for your closing remark. But just before you do, practical. I would always say practical is essential. And I'm sure there's a lot of women here who can learn from what you've just said. To give them an example of how they should introduce themselves as a businesswoman. If you were to introduce yourself, how would you introduce yourself? What would you say? How would you say it? What mannerism would you carry with that introduction as a practical example that they can literally learn from and replicate in 30 seconds?
I am value. I bring value. I carry value. And I translate value for impact.
Thank you very much. 1 minute. Okay, the first thing I want to say is that the bridge between profitability, problem and profitability is passion. If you are passionate about something, you will solve the problem and profit will come. So you start with passion, you attack the problem, and profit will follow. I needed to respond also to that. Sometimes, from all of our discussion this morning, non-financial hindrances is a big challenge to ensuring that SMEs thrive. And how do we solve the problem of this failure? For me, maybe 3 or 4 things we need to do. First, we need to deal with the issue of leadership development for SME operators. We need to think and talk about their mental health and well-being, because resilience rests on those 2 things: If you are talking of somebody to president, so you need to deal with the issue of their mental health and their well-being. We often leave them alone, so they need a lot of monitoring and support. You don't leave SMEs to just be on their own. They need constant monitoring and encouragement. And they also need take-off support. My brother from, I don't know which country that says within the regulatory space, please, government needs to assist entrepreneurs more. The issue of quality, and I think African has an initiative around export. They have a quality assurance support system they have developed now. Starting with Nigeria, they've created an African Quality Assurance Center, because this is very critical, particularly for SMEs that wants to go into export. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for every single panelist. On that note, I would like to declare this session closed. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much for your thoughts. And thank you so much to you, the innovators and founders. I would always say this about SMEs. These conversations are the seeds of Africa's greater future, and you are at the center of this project. To completely end this, I would like to call on the director for SME Development at Exim Bank for a brief, very brief closing remark to end this session. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward, Mr. Odi Akanoba.
Thank you very much, Kachi, Master of Ceremonies, our esteemed panelists. It's been an extremely eye-opening experience for myself as an SME practitioner. Well, actually not practitioner, but as an SME development advocate, let me use that expression. These guys over here are the actual practitioners. It's always really inspiring to get perspective from people like yourselves who've done it, who've succeeded, who continue to do it, and who are taking others, training them and giving them the skills and the tools that they need to become the export champions of tomorrow. Dr. Ajayi, Mr. Sium, Mr. Kasem, these are all people who run capacity building programs for the bank today. And of course, Jackie, who's come out all the way from South Africa to share perspective from that side of the continent. It could not have been a more balanced panel. We could not have wished for better perspectives. So I thank you all for taking the time to join us this morning and sharing your wisdom and your advice with our SMEs. And to the SMEs, I would suggest that you seize the opportunity that you have right now. I don't think you will have a convening like this all the time. So make sure that before they go, you get as much out of them as you can. Talk to them, seek advice. If you have questions, ask them now. But seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity. And also make sure that you take full advantage of the trade fair. I know people have their little stands or cubicles in one corner or the other, but make sure that you take advantage of the full extent of the trade fair. Download the app, make sure you know what's going on at every given point in time, attend the sessions, see other pavilions outside your own, and just make sure that you enjoy the rest of your time with us here in Algeria. But otherwise, thank you, and have fun for the rest of the session today.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Odi. Okay, well, thank you so much again for being here. My name is Kachi Ofia. And I'd like to, equally in the words of Ms. Jackie, my name is Kachi Ofia, and I am value, right? Please, as you introduce yourself today, walk in the conscious. In fact, let's actually do it. My name is, say your name, and I am value. So let's say it together. My name is Kachi Ofia, and I am value. Thank you so much for your time.
Dear
Yes, yes, yes. So we just came off the back of a very important conversation, and I think one of the things we can take away from this is we need strategies to thrive as SMEs. So we've heard the importance of purpose, but now let's put it into practice. Let's listen to practical examples, and that is exactly what you will get from the next masterclass that we're about to receive. It's titled SME Resilience Strategies to Thrive. Please, a round of applause for Professor Ngozi Egbuna, Nnamdi Azikiwe Center for Regional Integration, as she comes forward. Please, a round of applause as she comes forward. I think based off of some of the questions that we equally heard today, we all need practical examples, don't we? We do. So please settle down. I know we would want to exchange contacts and network. We will have time to do that effectively. But it's an all-encompassing session. We've heard the impact, the reason and the essence of purpose and the impact it can have to our SMEs. Now let's translate that into practical example. Professor Ngozi, thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
May we all settle down, please? May we all settle down. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can we please settle down?
May we settle down, please?
While we are waiting for everybody to settle down, please, can you just stand up for a minute and stretch? Just stand up a little and stretch. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am not supposed to give you assignment, but so that we'll have blood flowing through us, I think it is important that we breathe in and exhale. Breathe in, out. And then stretch out your hands as far as it can go. All the way. All the way. Thank you so much. Please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. This morning, we are supposed to talk about strategies to thrive. And I want to start by asking a question. I hope you don't mind me walking up and down. And please feel free to stop me at any time that you want and ask a question or make a comment or add on. But may I ask a simple question? What does resilience mean to you? If you're a practitioner, how many practitioners are here? SME practitioners. Can I see from the show of hands? Yes, yes. Can I see? All right. Can you tell us what resilience means to you, to your business? Please give her a round of applause. That is very true, ma'am. What does resilience mean to you, ma'am? Yes. Yes.
So for me, resilience means to be on and moving in spite of what you're going through. You stick to your purpose, you stick to what you want to do, and don't be distracted. You keep on moving. That is resilience.
Please give her a round of applause. And then the man in the middle that raised his hands, what does resilience mean to you? I think it was you. You said you are a practitioner? SME practitioner? Yes.
I'll say resilience to me is the power, the stamina to stay on.
Yes. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. She wants to speak to you.
Yeah, my name is Amsale and I'm from Ethiopia. For me, resilience is recover from something difficult situation and then standing by your feet.
Good. And then, ma'am, tell us what it means to thrive. Thrive. To thrive.
Excuse me, I'm Francophone.
Oh, okay. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I can't translate that. My basic French does not extend to that. Okay, say it in French. Maybe I'll be able to.
Ok. Pour moi, se développer, c'est savoir faire face à ces challenges et rester debout qu'advienne ce qu'il se passera.
Okay. She said, if I am right or wrong, if I'm wrong, correct me, that it means to develop a strategy that would help you to go through challenges, right? Whatever is happening, that you have a strategy to take care of it. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, for me, resilience would mean that the ability of SMEs to withstand shocks, to adapt to disruptions, and then to sustain operations going forward. So it is to withstand shock. You don't close shop because you have gone through a disruption. But beyond that is to sustain your operations. Whatever it takes for you to sustain your operations, that's what it means to be resilient. And then it is important that we, see a picture of SMEs in our head. Because in Africa, SMEs operations represent 90% of businesses in most of our economies. In fact, all our economies, they represent 90%. And then they represent over 60% of workforce, which means unemployment is anchored on them and their resilience and their ability to thrive. And beyond that is the fact that they contribute to more than 30% of the GDP. So you see how huge SMEs are and how important they are. And so for me, the key is to understand how important they are and know what they are there for. They are there because they provide employment. They are there because they account for a huge percentage of our GDP. But beyond that is that they are there because they bring value to the table. Everything that we do, we eat, we sell, is dependent on them. And so, they are very, very important. We cannot underestimate the importance. And so what are the challenges that they face? Because it is the challenges that they face that will bring about their resilience and that would also bring about the best of them to be able to thrive. So the challenges they face include, financial fragility, which means that they have limited access to credit. And then even when they have some level of credit, they have weak cash reserves. Everyday need for money is very, very important for the SMEs. And then there's market volatility, which includes demand shocks, supply chain disruptions, etc. Somebody might have sent something, a good that he produced out, and then somewhere in the value chain, in the logistics value chain, they lose track of the good in transit. That can be a major disruption or challenge to the SME. And until they trace it, that can wipe the person out of business. So that's a very major challenge that they face. Another is the digital divide, which means that there is a slow adoption to technology. And it is not because they are slow in understanding, but it is because there are challenges that are mitigating against them, especially when it comes to adoption of technology. For instance, you want to charge your phone as an SME and then go on Instagram to market what you have to sell, and then all of a sudden, there's power failure. Or your tech provider for that area loses power. Or your mobile phone provider loses service, and then you're stuck. Those are all the challenges that are there. But beyond that is also the fact that technological adoption is high in some places, but it is still slow in most places, especially given the fact that most of the SME operators are really not in the urban area where these services are available. So it's also a very big challenge. And then, of course, policy and regulatory uncertainty. The lady who just spoke when I walked in talked about the fact that practitioners are not the policymakers, and that's huge. Because until you wear the shoe, that's when you will feel the pinch. If you don't wear the shoe, you will not know how painful it is. So it's important that we also note that. And then, of course, regulatory uncertainties are huge. Regulatory somersaults are huge. In my country, you can wake up today and there is a regulation that you do X, Y, Z, and then the next day, the thing is dropped. And so all the things, I remember when, I'm from Nigeria, by the way, and I remember when the government was very, very big on supporting cassava. And so they gave funds to cassava farmers, and they went to town. And you know, some of these people, they just believe in government. They have no choice but to believe in government. And they went all the way, invested everything they had in that. And at the end of the day, the offtakes were slow in going. Some of the farms were not even reachable, you know. And so at the end of the day, I remember at that time that I was a field officer for Central Bank, and I went to some of the farms, and I saw them using hard-grown, not hard-end, but hard-grown cassava for firewood, just because there was nobody to take it up from them. And they lost all their investments. Some of them stopped farming because of that, completely. So those are the policy uncertainties that we have. And then some governments will wake up today and say, oh, we are closing our border. So everything that you've done in order to export is thrown out. You can't even export it. So the policy uncertainties are huge as a challenge facing SMEs. And then you have also the human capital gap. Skills are short. Talent retention is an issue. You discover somebody that can help you do something, and the next day, the person is no longer even available within your country. So you can't even reach the person, you know? So those are some of the challenges that SMEs face. I have not enumerated all of them. And so for the core strategies for SMEs resilience, I have mentioned about 5 of them here, and we'll just discuss them in full. One of them is financial strategy. The other is operational strategy. Then you have market growth strategy, human capital strategy, and then, of course, policy and ecosystem engagement. I would not dwell so much on financial strategy because we all know it. You all face it. In your businesses, you face it, and it's been the main talk on a daily basis. Oh, what does SMEs need? They need finances. But trust me, we carried out a study and we discovered that in the scale of things, finance is not number one for SMEs. They need policy, sustainability. They need other infrastructure minus finances. And finance, from the study that we did, is number 5. On a scale of 1 to 10, number 5 was finance. So let's leave that alone and talk about market growth strategy. Market growth strategy is innovative products and services to meet the striving challenges. The world changes on a minute-by-minute basis. So you need innovations. You need research and development. You need to explore markets that are even places that your fruit have never been to. You can discover that some people are selling things in places that they cannot even locate in the map some years ago, not to talk of being there physically. So those are some of the things that you would need to deal with. And then, of course, human capital strategies. That is, upskill workforce, people that are digitally savvy, people who have managerial skills, who have technical skills to help you, to design. If you watch the social media space sometimes, you see some basic tools that China and India have developed to take care of themselves. And some of those things, by the time you see it, even somebody that is not technologically driven by myself or technically skilled like myself, I would tell you with assurance that I cannot even design some of those things myself because they are basic and fundamental. It's not rocket science. But here, we look down on some of those things. We have time for other things minus, such technical skills that would aid SMEs, Those are some of the things that we need to bring to the fore as challenges. Then you also have to foster inclusive leadership and employee engagement, and then build knowledge sharing network. How many people would be willing to share what they know? How many people will be able to give the next generation what they know and give them the skills that they know? Those are the things that some of you seated here, you've gone through it, and you can give a master class on some of those issues that I'm talking about. And when you give the master class, you have brought up another level of engagement, you have brought up another level of skill for the next generation. Because the truth of the matter is that sometimes we seem to ignore the coming generation, the generation behind us, because we are so involved in today that we forget about tomorrow. But we need to also give that skill to them. And then, of course, I also want to engage here on policy and ecosystem. You know, joining SMEs association is very, very important. It's a very huge strategy. Join anyone that you see. Make sure that you participate there. And then also, you talk about leveraging government incentives. Wherever they say government is giving something, be in the forefront, learn about it, contribute, and take out of it. And then, of course, advocate for friendlier regulatory environment. That is very, very huge. Because, for instance, in my own country, my own environment, I discovered lately that there are about 34 to 36 regulatory policies and certifications and approvals and licenses that you would have to get to be able to participate in the aftermarket. You know, and I keep asking myself, how many of the SMEs will have time to go through those steps? Some of them will just say, okay, well, I've been surviving on my own. I might as well just forget these steps, you know, because they are a bit daunting. But not just that they are daunting, they are all engaging, you know, and they can be very time-consuming. And so while you're pursuing those things, you lose sight of what is going on in your factory. You lose sight of what is going on in your backyard that you should pay attention to. So those are some of the things that are supposed to be, you know, looked into, and some of those strategies that would, and they are the regulatory strategies that would give a friendly environment to SMEs. It's important that you jump some of those steps. And for instance, from Nigeria, some of those licenses cost as little as 500 naira. So if it is that small, why is it there? And you can spend a whole day trying to get a license that is worth 500 naira for you to operate. So what is the point? It's either you skip it as a government, or you bunch everything together and say, okay, well, you need XYZ from point 1 to point 20 will cost you a total of 50,000, for instance. And then you work, one agency collects it and then distributes to all the other agencies. It doesn't have to be you going from table to table to get those things and licenses given to you. So we'll talk about resilience enablers. But before we talk about resilience enablers, I will also want to ask, how have you survived so far as an SME operator? How have you survived? I'm sure you face challenges, I'm sure you face issues, but how have you survived? Because after I've listened to what you've said, I will now give you some of the things that I have to give. How have you survived? Somebody should please volunteer so that we make this interactive. Volunteer to tell us how you've survived. If you mention the challenge, then you tell us how you've survived that challenge. Do we have a volunteer, please? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ma. The first challenge I had was on quality of shea butter. That's what I do. Mm-hmm. So what I did was to go extra length to make sure I have the right quality by going for trainings, going to places. When we started, it was like we're just doing anyhow, you know, because we didn't know the right quality until we started going to the international market. We now found out that you have to have the right quality. So what I did, I went to Ghana. We had a training, but there I was rated grade A. So I was happy. But when I got to the US, it was grade F. So I said, yes, I needed to do something. So I went far as going to American Shea Butter Institute, where I was going every year until I got it right about 2 years ago.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That is just practical example of somebody who decided that I would network and I would upscale my skills. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Boluat Fair from Nigeria. So I had issues with my packaging. Then I just had a fluffy polythene. Well, we call it nylon in my country. I just seal it up and fine. It was attractive to me, but I would love to hear from other people's opinion. But when I went to a seminar, the AFL, they organized a networking business and all for us. And when I got there, I saw different people with different package, and I was like, okay, I need to work on that. And coming here to Algeria this year, fine, this is my first time. But seeing people checking me out and wanting to get my products makes me feel, okay, I'm getting there. Fine, I know if I go to more places, I know I would learn new things, and I'm proud of where I am today.
Exactly. The value of networking, that's what he's saying. And exposing yourself to be able to do more where you find yourself. Because the truth of the matter is that you think that you are a king in your small environment, not knowing that you are missing out a whole lot. A whole lot is going on while you're thinking that you are doing very well. So you expose yourself. That's why one of the things that we have to do is to encourage this IATF to come on board every day. And can you people give a round of applause to Afri-Exim Bank and the organizers of this? Because by the time you think that you have seen something and you come to this kind of arena and see, just going through the gate is an experience that you will never forget. As an SME, it gives you hope that it gives you the incentive that there is hope at the end of the day, and then it also gives you the ability to think creatively and bring out the best in you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I am Christelle Jackson from Cameroon. And
from Gabon or Cameroon?
Cameroon, yes.
Okay, yes.
Your closest neighbor.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Actually, I'm running a business in agribusiness. One of the main challenges that we have is sometimes human resources. We are new in domain because actually, personally, I study shipping and transport. I am doing agribusiness. So at the beginning, I thought that hiring engineering from the agribusiness school will be the shortcut for me to having real expertise. That was not actually true because many of them, they are just doing theoretical work in their different schools. The course that they receive, many times they are not aligned with what we SMEs want. So we are forced as a founder to train ourselves in many domains. And as we are just training ourselves, we keep hiring, we train them. When they are, standard, they have knowledge, they have the experience, they go. And we keep restarting again and again. What I did is going around training myself on how can I build a system in my company. Instead of having people just having job description, but how can I put in place processes where even if I'm not there, even if you come today and you kick off tomorrow, the system can still go on. So I make sure today I register my company in all the training in terms of capacity building, basically in terms of quality, but not quality only on product. Actually, quality on the management, quality on the marketing, quality on everything. And actually, there are ongoing courses that we call Kaizen. It's a Japanese course where they teach them how to be efficient, excellent in what they are doing. And since we have started this, today I am even to be here going around without, having headache on what is going on in my factory.
Thank you so very much for sharing that. Because at the end of the day, you are not going to be able to do everything yourself, and you're not going to be able to keep somebody who is not interested. So you keep both training yourself and also trying to train somebody else. And at the end of the day, if you get them to stay with you, then that's fine. But if you don't get them to stay with you, then let me tell you a story. I used to have a tailor in Lagos, in those days when I used to live in Lagos. And each time it's, when it is Christmas or Easter or Salah, there's a rush for tailors to make clothes for you. And so her tailors discovered, she had 3 tailors, and they discovered that she cannot sew, right? And so they would come on a daily basis. But once they start seeing people coming in to make orders and place orders and drop their fabric, today one person will say, oh, I fell down on my way, I cannot come. The other person will say, I have a fever, I cannot come. Or I'm taking my wife to the hospital, or one thing or the other. And then sometimes none of the 3 of them will come. So she's stuck. So you know what she did? She decided to close her business and go for formal training. She's somebody that studied biotechnology in the university. But she went for formal training by going all the way down to go and learn from somebody who is a tailor, but who she knows can give her the knowledge and all that. And today, she's not bothered about staff turnover. But beyond that is that she has perfected the art of making clothes herself, that she is so comfortable doing it herself. At least once it's crunch time, she rolls up her sleeves and she does it. So please give her a round of applause for giving that example of resilience. That's what we mean by being resilient, so that your business does not come to a grind because you don't have the people to do the job for you. Thank you for that. And also, you need to have the right people trained for the right thing, doing the right thing. If not, you are making a mistake. Because at the end of the day, they will mess up. Waste will be so much. Returns will be so much that people will buy and return it back to you that is sub-quality. And then you are going to make a loss. So that's very important, what you said. So it's important, like I said, to build knowledge-sharing network, which is what you said. You go out, you don't just stay in your factory, but you go out and you learn. You learn from practitioners, you learn from even people who are not practicing, because they will give you feedbacks, And then, we used to say that in Nigeria, that we don't value data. Sir, you want to talk? Okay, please. Can you bring the microphone through? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I like it and would like to get a copy of it.
Okay.
Now, I'm the Director of Policy of NADDC, National Automotive Design and Development Council in Nigeria. And I'm here with my Chief Executive, Mr. Joseph Oloemimo. I want to talk about this policy issue you mentioned, and also the concern of the SMEs, which is actually true. You actually touch it with a pin. Now, if you recall the industrial policy of Nigeria, way back, like you mentioned, the cassava bread and what have you, at that time there was some provision made for parks and clusters, which I would like to use this opportunity to call up Prison Bank to see and find ways that they can support Nigerian SME through parks and clusters. We initially started with parks, but then we understand at that time that Nigerians developed their arts and SME through clusters. There are naturally existing clusters. I'll give you an example. Adire in Ogun State, leather works in Kano, textile and shoes in Aba, and then you also have Ladi Kwali around Abuja, and a lot of them, mechanic village in a component manufacturing in Newi, sort of that. So this is very important for us in the Automotive Council, because component development is key to development of vehicle. And that is what brings the price of the vehicle down. And like you mentioned, the issue of policy somersault, the issue of environmental concern like the emission and the rest, and then the export and import issue, our ports, that pose a very big challenge. So we should come together to see how we can support these SME clusters in mechanical villages, component manufacturing. I don't know how you do it, but we think that you should also put your boys along that line so that the Afrexim Bank will look into that direction. Because the SME in the auto sector are very huge. And when you talk about producing brake parts, producing a lot of components, it's SME actually. It's not done by assembly plants. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that comment. And it is very, very key. What you said encompasses everything that I have just said and more. You know, I thank you for that. Please give him a round of applause, please. Because these are the practitioners that we're talking about. These are the policy makers. The lady said the policy makers are not practitioners. But you can see that he is very well vested in the policy and is also aware of what the practitioners are going through. Incidentally, I flew in yesterday with your chief executive, and he was very, very passionate about, you know, this thing that you said about clusters and parks. And let me say also that in Nigeria, and I know about Turkey and Egypt, that they have the same thing, you know. But in some environments, you discover that the information on that is practically lost on the SMEs themselves. How many of them know about these things? I spoke to one lady who said that is one thing that they need in Anambra State. And that not that the parks are not there, but they are there, but underutilized. And they have 24-hour power supply, very well-built structures. They have paved road, water, and everything that they would need to survive. But most of the practitioners do not even want to go there. Most of them do not even know that they can share the environment. And so she told me a story about somebody she knows that she discovered it lately, and that she's been very, very happy for the discovery. That she knows somebody who lives in the UK and comes to Nigeria. When it is cold there, he comes to Nigeria. When it is hot here, he goes back to the UK. What he does is that he has a warehouse with machinery and everything that he brought in, and he does, you know, produces flowers from our legumes as well as our grains. And so he said he will come and package them and do them very well, and then put them in containers and travel back with them to the UK and go and sell them off. And then they now discovered that when he's not around, he locks up his factory and goes. So the factory is redundant. So she approached the man to say, I am making baby food. I am making dry maize into pap. So can you give me audience to use your factory to produce these things when you are not using them? For a fee, not free. And so the man was very happy. So the man instructed his staff to open up for them when they want to, when they are doing their business. And she said, 9 months down the road, there are more than 4 of them using that same factory for their production. So they now have people working morning, afternoon, evening, and then night shift. You will choose one shift, and that's what you will operate until the next person comes. And they produce different things. So that's what the value of what you're saying brings to the table. And for instance, in Aba, there are people who have a factory, and all they do is the finishing. You finish producing the shoes, and their factory will clean it up for you, even out the edges, and then put it in a package and put the label. And some people, their job alone in that cluster is just to put label, stamp it, made in Aba, and they are earning their living from doing that. The the mechanic places that you mentioned in Newi, I've gone there several times, and you will be amazed and in awe as to what those boys can do. They can produce, what do you call it again? Rewired tire, retreaded tire. In less than 5 minutes, they produce it. And they are there. And they are young people doing marvelous things, but who recognizes them? They are doing their job. However, it would have paid them more if they are in a cluster. Because whatever it is that you produce, it will now be you who will go and sell it. But if you are in a cluster, there is a buyer, there is a seller, there is a producer, there is everything that you need will be there, you know. And the spare parts people are very, very important. I remember that I brought in a car, and when the car engine knocked, I wanted to buy a new engine. And they gave me the price that is twice the price of the new car. And I was like, it's just the engine block that I need. And they say, yes, that's what it costs, you know. So I went all the way to Newi. And by the time I came back, the car was almost new. Because they changed some of those things, brought in substitutes from other cars that would do the job. And for a fraction, the car was redone. And it's still moving up till today. So that's the value that you have just added to our discussion. Thank you so much for it. Now, having gotten that, let us mention some things that are necessary for us to, be resilient. And I call them the resilience enablers. And some of them are digitalization, which includes e-commerce, it includes fintechs, it includes AI-driven decision support. The other thing that is a resilient enabler is partnership. And that's what partnership, which includes clusters and all that, requires you partnership and networking. And it requires you to collaborate with larger or even the same firm in the industry and in the industry group and learn from them while also exposing yourself to others. And then the next thing is sustainability practices. What are your footprints in the ecosystem? Are you green? Are you green in your production? Can you do better? What are the certifications you want? Are you ESG compliant? And if you're not, what would you do to get the certification for ESG and all that? And then, of course, risk management and insurance, because it is very, very important to have this as business continuity plan and business continuity strategy. That is very, very key. You would need to have insurance, you would need to have risk management taken care of, and insurance to back you up so that you are in good standing. So that when the unexpected happens, when there's disruption, you would have a buffer to stand straight, and you will be able to thrive in your business. So I've come up with some, having said that, I've come up with some practical things that I want to explain here. If you can look at the slides out there, I have a formula for thriving, which I called Thriving Formula for African SMEs. And it includes resilience, which we have mentioned. Resilience means stability and survival. It means that you have a strong financial management backbone. Your risk diversion is high. And then the crisis preparedness in terms of risk management and in terms of insurance is taken care of for shocks, for pandemics, for climate change, for anything, even for policy changes, is part of it. It's part of the resilience core driver. The next core driver is growth capability or capacity. That is, how do you scale up? How do you improve access to finance and investment? We talk about expansion into regional and international markets, which is what most of you are hoping to do by coming out here. And then you have operational efficiency and production. Another thing that you need is innovation. I've mentioned that. You adopt new technologies. You should you should have customer-centered product and service design. And then you have creative problem solving within the local space, within you. Who can you run to get some things done? Who can you run to? Let's say you're trying to produce and something stops, your machine stops, or they take power or water or whatever it is. There must be somebody that you can run to with your goods to continue so that you don't have a break in transmission, in production transmission, because that can also be a major problem. Then, of course, you have the multipliers. I had mentioned the multipliers. So we're talking about thriving. And thriving For me, the formula is RGIN, that is resilience, growth capacity, innovation, and network. Then you have the multipliers. These are the game changers, I call them, and they include digitalization, which is e-commerce, fintech, mobile banking, data-driven operations. Let me talk about this mobile banking and financial inclusion. You remember some years ago, we didn't even have this. You know, financial inclusion was not even a thing. Most people did not have mobile bank. There was no OPay or what's the name of the other one? OPay, MoneyPoint, PalmPay. Those ones are mobile fintech that are mobile operators that in the space. Just imagine some people that would have been left out if those were not in operation. Because if you're a small SME producer and you're producing something like maybe nutmeg or ginger flour, and you're busy drying your products, it's a drag going to the bank. It's a drag opening an account. It's also a drag even sustaining that account. And at the end of the day, whatever you sell, you will take it to the bank. But these people have produced it in such a way that some of the SME operators have not gone to the brick called a bank for years. It's not because they are not interested, but because they get those things done through their mobile app. They get those things done through the fintech platforms. And they are good. They are not missing anything. In fact, they are even gaining a lot. Some of them can even give you facilities at the touch of a button on your mobile app. You get a facility of 1 million and all that to carry on. Remember, I said that cash is an issue for SMEs in terms of resilience and in terms of sustainability. That is an issue for them. So those are some of the things that I'm mentioning about. I remember having a vulcanizer who said, we were trying to encourage him to register and have a bank account. And he said to me, in his native language, he said to me that how will he go to the bank? And I said, like less than a pole away is an Access Bank. You go there. And he said, madam, you don't understand. I said, why? He said, see my clothes. See the way I'm dressed. There is no way the man will allow me to enter the banking hall. Is that a reality? It is a reality. And for him, he has already excluded himself even before the system excluded him. You know? Because he knows that he doesn't do fancy jobs. And he knows that the gate men at the banks look at you first of all and assess you before they even allow you in. They will even stop you at the gate and start querying you. What are you looking for here? What are you doing? What do you want to do? How can we help you? And at the end of the day, they will discourage the guy, and the guy goes away feeling sad and sorry for himself. But these people now can go to them and say, see, use your phone number as your account number, and we'll open the account for you in 5 minutes. It's open, and you're done. You can get anything that somebody can go to, anything that a multinational like Dangote can get in the bank, you can get, but on your own scale, right? So it's easy if you embrace digitalization. And then, of course, data-driven operations. Sorry, that's a typo error. Data-driven operations, where you would, of course, make sure that you even see your competitors before they see you. And then skills. The lady there told us about skills and entrepreneurial training, digital literacy, workforce capacity building. And that is where I get very, very passionate, because after working in the bank, I discovered that there's a lot of skills gap. A lot of skills gap. And that was why I decided to go into the university to teach, and to teach international trade and regional integration, both on masterclass level, which can be done in 3 days, 1 week, all the way to 3 months for certificate courses, and then for OND, 5 to 6 months, and then you have a master's degree if you do it for like 12 months to 15 months. And luckily, Afri-Exim Bank, we have an MOU with Afri-Exim Bank that allows you to come and do your internship with them in Egypt for 3 months. Can you give them a round of applause for that? Those are some of the innovations that they came up with, and you cannot even imagine what the students will learn when they go to Egypt. You know, they are warming up to go, to those of them that got it. So training is everything. You cannot know everything until you go into and not just a one-off training, it's continuous training. And training doesn't have to be done in the 4 walls of the school. You can get training online. You can get training by sitting with somebody to learn. I don't know, how many of you know about the famous thing that we have in Nigeria about Iba Boy? Do you know about it? Okay. It's something that we do in Nigeria and in Igbo, where it's you have maybe somebody who is a young man or young woman who has been entrusted to you as a ward to train. And so you now take the person under your wing and train the person, and the person does the business for you. They start from opening the door and displaying your goods to learning the skills, learning your suppliers, and learning your consumers and customers, all the way to keeping your books. And at the end of the day, maybe 5 to 7 years down the road, you would now send them forth through a ceremony. You would now empower them to do whatever it is that they have learned from you, or whatever it is that they have interest in or on. You now send them forth to go and do those things. And that has worked, and that has been studied by Harvard, and it is a very, very empowering system. So you learn through that, and at the end of the day, you have so many people who have gone through maybe one master, and you have like 10, 20 people that have gone through him through the course of his career. You know, so that's the easiest way to learn. So you can also, like I told you about my friend, you can also just go to a seamstress nearby and learn and help the person to trade, help the person to do bidding, help the person to do whatever it is that you want to learn on the go. And at the end of the day, you do it. But if you want certification, you can even get, thanks to COVID, we now know that everything we do face-to-face, we can do online. Everything, practically everything. So you can do your master's or do your OND or do your HND online and still get the skills that you require. The other thing is enabling environment. I've talked about it, policy, infrastructure, reducing red tape, and then, of course, trade facilitation. We can't talk about that enough. Trade facilitation is everything, because at the end of the day, SMEs employ, remember what I said, they employ more than 60% of the workforce. They are responsible for 90% of production and production activities in Africa. And then they contribute to over 30% of our GDP. So they are that important. And they deserve trade facilitation issues. They deserve to be told what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. Can I ask a question at this point? Who has benefited from any trade facilitation activity of their government? Cameroon, do you have any trade facilitation issues that you have in your country that you have benefited from? You do? Please give her the microphone. Thank you.
We do have program, because the main challenge that we have in Cameroon is, like, let's say I would say the government, because actually even within the government they might not know who is in charge of what. Like when we talk about, let's say, certification, actually we have the Ministry of Commerce, we have the Shipping Council. We have like so many agencies only for one thing. So at the end of the day, we the SMEs, we really want to do things, but we are lost in the middle. Exactly. And it is like very engaging, engaging financially. You are just struggling, and at the end of the day, you don't still have the facilitation. But actually, they give facilitation to international firms. So I don't know if we it's because we don't have a strong lobby, or if it's because we are not knowledgeable enough about exports or something. So I hope we will fix it.
Yes, because what I'm hearing from you is communication. There's always something going on by government, but then there's a communication gap always. And they need to do more in terms of telling you what to do. And that's why it is important to join a network. You know, because once somebody hears something, they will bring it back. Once somebody knows something, they will bring it back. And most of the time, when they want to do all these things, they would prefer to do it for a group of people rather than an individual who might just disappear on them tomorrow. You know what I mean? So that's very, very important. Is there any other country here represented? Any other country? Another country represented minus Nigeria? She talked about Cameroon. Yes, sir.
I'm from Liberia.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. What you are presenting is very good, and the SMEs that are here, I think will be good for them also. The issue of these policies is that they exist even after. The problem is that they are not trickling down to the SMEs. Yeah. You have the AGOA. Most people did not take advantage of it because they didn't trickle down. So most of the time, it is people, other individuals like SMEs, other SMEs, or those of us who are involved in various organizations that talk about these things. Even you will find out that the CADAP, the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, is not known by even people within the Ministry of Agriculture. So you might have trade facilitation available, but you might have these type of opportunities available, but they're not being trickled down and so forth. So it's important, as you were saying, for networking. The other thing I want to say in relation to my sister from Cameroon, when it comes to agro-processing, the same thing applies. I was talking to a friend of mine who's doing agro-processing, growing cassava in Uganda. If you have an agro-processing center and you are dependent on farmers, you will not be successful. You got to have your own, at least 40 or 50% of your own production, growing your own cassava. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
much.
you for that perspective. So you see that we are right on that. Please give him a round of applause, please. So you see, communication is everything. And you cannot afford as an SME to stay in your own comfort zone and think that everything is okay. No matter how much profit you are making, you can double it and triple it if you expose yourself in a network, if you expose yourself to others, if you make sure that you have clusters that you work with, friends that you work with in an environment, so that at the end of the day, you learn things and you see things, and also expose yourself to things like this trade fair, you know, that Afrexim Bank is doing. This is the 4th, and if you look at the stats from them, you would know that it is huge. Imagine the 10th edition, what it will look like. I was there for the 1st, I was there for the 2nd, 3rd, and this is the 4th. And every year, it is expanding. Every year, it is getting bigger, and every year, they are getting more and more involved with the SMEs and with the right people and with the people that are involved. So it's not just policy up there, but people that are doing the work. So, having asked from Cameroon and Liberia, can I have an example from Nigeria? Who will volunteer to talk about the Nigerian experience in terms of trade facilitation, in terms of policy and communication? Just raise up your hand and they'll bring the microphone to you.
Thank you. Well, Export Promotion Council had been, be very supportive to the SMEs, like in the area of certification. They have helped in HISOP, you know, at the SO, and though we still need more information, there are so many information out there that most SMEs are not aware of. Like in my group, what we do, when some of us, like here now, we get any information, we pass it down to the, you know, to the groups, which, you know, everybody have a feel of it, up to the state level and all that. So these trainings are ongoing, and people are getting, you know, notified and all that. So it's, at least I'll give it to them in that aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, they are trying, but there's need to do more.
Yes.
At all times, there's need to improve.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Good morning to you, madam.
Good morning.
My name is Vijay. I'm coming from Uganda. We are running a cassava processing factory in Uganda, and Mr. Henry was actually mentioning us.
Oh.
Yes, we are the ones. So when coming to farmers, we actually have around 2,600 farmers whom we have signed an MOU with, and with a total acreage of 6,000 acres. The policy issues where we actually face problems is with government not really supporting us when it comes to capital, and really when we request for working capital from a bank, which I don't want to mention here, it delayed so much that my boss had to lend money elsewhere, and he has to get that money to run my company, and then he has to pay it back with the loan, which we should have got on time. Yeah. So that's one of the issues we faced. Second, this is not related to the government, it's actually related to exports. I see that different countries, for example, when I'm trying to export to Kenya, they really don't want to transact in their own local currency. They expect us to transact in dollars. It's a really big problem because when I try to transact with their local currency, which is pretty stable when it comes to our currency, Uganda shillings, dollar is fluctuating up and down, like pretty bad that we're not able to sustain. So I fix a price, and I give an agreement that I won't change the price for the next 6 months. That's how they plan budgets. So we're not able to counteract when the dollar prices just drop like abruptly, like 200 Uganda shillings, which is around 3 or 4 cents per dollar. So we are facing those issues. Third one, when we're talking about AFTA, AFTA is actually talking about free trade within Africa. When I try to reach other continents, for example, if I have to export my starch, we make cassava starch, when I try to export it to UAE, for example, I have to go through 3 custom borders. It should have been 2. Like for me, I'm from Uganda, I clear it in my border, and then I have to do it in UAE. That should have been the case. But right now, I have to clear mine, and then I have to clear Kenya, I have to reach Mombasa, and then I have to take it to UAE. It's pretty, we're facing so many issues when it comes to exports because we are being a landlocked country. So we wish if there is any changes which happens in the near future where I can actually just push my product to Mombasa, and from there they clear it, and then they take it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Those are some of the policy issues that I was talking about, harmonizing. Just harmonize them, especially given after, you know, why do you have to go through those bottlenecks? And then why do you have to not just go through those bottlenecks, but as you're going through them, it is not smooth. You tell me to do this, okay, I'm ready to do it. But you make sure that you handhold me through it. You make sure that you make it easy for me to perform. Because at the end of the day, it means that you appreciate what I'm doing and you appreciate my contribution to the economy. But it's like as if they are there doing policies for you who is here, and there is no synergy. There is no synergy whatsoever, and it's like as if it's from up to bottom, not bottom up. So they are not listening. Most of the government policymakers are not listening. You need stakeholders in government who would listen to you, appreciate what you're saying, and then work towards. And then, of course, when they listen to you, you already, who is facing the challenge, already know what you want as a solution. So you work with it. And if they work with you, providing you the solution, then it's easy. And of course, it's easy for you to assimilate and pass down to others. Because at the end of the day, what are we talking about? Resilience and thriving. That's all. Thank you so much for that perspective. So, of course, I mentioned again that I have formula for thriving and resilient Africa SME. The next slide, please. The next slide. Okay, well, I will talk to it if it's not there. For thriving and resilience of the SMEs, of course, I mentioned earlier on resilience, I mentioned growth, capacity, I mentioned innovation, network, partnership, and of course, the enabling environment. But beyond these, I also want to say that if you go through this slide carefully, you will see that everything that we've discussed this afternoon is summarized here. In terms of resilience, which is survival capacity, in terms of growth capacity, which is scaling potential, in terms of innovation, which is competitiveness, and in terms of network and partnership, growing your network and partnership, which is collaboration, and of course, looking at the ecosystem. But I want to zero in on scaling up or scaling potential, because you need access to affordable finance. But beyond that, you need access information, which is market expansion, going into after or export or regional integration. And then, of course, you need operational efficiencies and productive improvement. Improvement in terms of making sure that you are capable of doing things and upscaling what you are doing, not doing the same thing and achieving the same result, but doing new things and bringing in innovation into what you're doing. And innovation, when we mention innovation here, please note that the innovation I'm talking about is not rocket science. It's not going to the moon. It's just, how do I do this thing better? I don't know who saw a skit where somebody was using, what do you call it now? Bicycle to trash corn, maize, to bring out the seed. He was just turning the wheel of the bicycle, and he did it on his own. If that is efficiency to you, why don't you do that? If that is scaling up to you, why don't you do that? You know, so that at least you reduce the time that you labor and you reduce your strength, you reduce the strength that you use to labor. So resilience ensures survival, growth and innovation drives competitiveness, and then networks expand opportunities, and these are the multipliers. These are the things that will help you to grow. So let me give you an example of what I mean by resilience. You have a small agricultural business, wherever you have it in Africa, that decides to diversify their crops, which means that they are strengthening their financial strength. And then they leverage mobile payment platforms, which is a digital transformation, to form, and then they form cooperative partnership, which is networking, and they innovate with solar-powered cold storage facility, which is innovation, and benefit from after policy incentives, which is institutional support. So this is what I mean by resilience and thriving in a nutshell. And so while I was going through teaching and capacity building, I discovered that here in Africa, there is no synergy between the academia and the real sector, just like you're talking about the synergy between government and SME practitioners. And so I challenged some young people who, some of them were my past students, some of them are neighbors, children, and all that, but they are young people. I challenged them because when I was appointed as a professor in the university, I told them, the school authorities, that I was not going to do the usual bringing out lecture notes, that I want it to be more practical and more, that the students should be ready for the market, whatever the market is. You know, and so I told them that I was going to do everything within my purview to change that system. And so in 2024, I challenged a group of young people who are tech enthusiasts and tech guys to develop an app to serve as a marketplace And this app, I expected them to develop for export, for import, for sourcing, from sourcing of goods to delivery to the customer. And everything in the value chain was supposed to be incorporated, including logistics and all that. And that's what they've done through a platform that they called AFIA. AFIA in my language means market. And so they've developed this app, and they are looking for people to sign up to them. But beyond looking for people to sign up, they are also looking for partnerships, and they are looking for investors too. Because until you get these things, nobody will know what you're doing. And so I have their pitch deck with me. It's called AFIA. I have their pitch deck. So if you have anything to add to them, including knowledge, please bring it forward so that they would learn from you. But they are looking for investors, and I'm the one supporting them. So it means that we are looking for investors, and we would make it worth your while if you bring something to the fore. But I am promising you that it is supposed to be very, very interactive. They did it, and now we are looking to see how far it will take them, because you need to support the young people. You need to support their skills. You need to channel them through the right way. And so remember, my parting shot to you is that anyone who is interested should please key in and see me at the end of this presentation, whether you're going to add on or ask questions. But remember, for African businesses to thrive, remember that African SMEs that adapt quickly to market shifts, technological trends, and policy changes would be the ones that will be called resilient, and will be the ones that will thrive. Do you agree with me on that? If you're able to adapt to market shifts, to technological trends, and to policy changes, you will be the one that will be resilient, and you'll be the one that will thrive. So adaptability is your superpower. Being able to adapt is a superpower for SMEs. Do you agree with me? I don't think that you agree. Do you understand what I said? Yes. Okay, good. So on that note, I would urge you to ask questions if you have, or comments, maybe one or two. Just ask one or two questions and comments, and then we'll wrap it up. Time is over? Okay. So no room for questions? Yes. Yes. Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
After the next session, of course, there will be a lot of discussion after the next session that is going to happen. And that is a very, very, another powerful one. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, I want you to put a round of applause, a standing ovation.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
The innovative Professor Igbuna. Thank you so much. She's done a lot for a lot of startups across the sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and a couple of other places. It's not easy. Thank you so much, Professor. We so much appreciate you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause once again. Yes, we are cruising at an altitude, and now there's something for you to make the money, which is the critical tips for successful SMEs. You know, there's something, that was said. There was something the next speaker, I don't want to mention, said earlier, that there was a program we did some years back. What he didn't tell you was that program, one way or the other, COVID happened, and you wouldn't believe that program never stopped during COVID. In fact, it became one of the most impactful and like the biggest impact that could happen in anywhere during COVID. And based on that experience, he's also come to work with us to collaborate with Afrexim Bank, and we're doing amazing things. And I'm sure you would have seen, if you have seen any of their stuff, where you see that they will move from different continents, and they are affecting to cover the entire Africa and our global Africa, the Caribbean, and other parts. So to take us on a very strategic tip for SMEs, for successful entrepreneurship, and you need to ask this practical question in the next, say, 35 minutes, very sharp. He will tell you the way. He can tell you, stop me at any point in time. I would like to invite to the podium as somebody that has really helped us a lot, Dr. Olumide Ajayi, the Executive Director, African Leadership Forum, has run some of our continental accelerators, and you've seen also some of them here today. Thank you very much, Dr. Olumide. Thank you, sir.
I won't bore you. I won't waste much of your time. All I want to do this afternoon is just to give you some tips. All the things we have said today, maybe this will be the icing on the cake, sort of. And I'm going to go chop. First one is to say to you that competition is real. Don't underrate your competitors. Understand what they are doing and ready to neutralize them unless they will neutralize you. Business is war. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is war. You see, I'll be giving some illustrations. You see this company there's a product called Big Cola that came into Nigeria some years back. So I had the opportunity of studying the market, and I gave a lecture. And in that lecture, one staff of Coca-Cola was there. They've been hiding it. And he came back to me and said, "Sir, how did you get this information? These people are pushing us out of them." What did they do? They just made their own product a little bit bigger and more accessible, and they were they're eating deep into Coca-Cola's market. So you must know what your people are doing. You see, we spoke about purpose-driven entrepreneurship. And I said, how do you actually become a successful entrepreneur? Is by starting from the marketplace. What does the market need, and what are they willing to pay for? The fact that you have a product now does not mean you cannot actually create more products. Except your product is rare and unique, you are not likely to succeed, because most SMEs are actually price takers in many markets. And therefore, you need to be efficient in the way and manner you produce your products. Number two, you can be all-time relevant. You can always reinvent yourself and be relevant for all ages. Now, for those of us that come from Nigeria, this product is a sausage. It's been on Nigerian street for more than 50 years. At least I ate it when I was a small boy. They're still selling it today. And very cheap. How did they reinvent themselves? You see, when the pressure on the economy was coming and the cost of production was, because they did something that not too many people understood. You see, this gala, this nylon, this cover has remained the same for many years. But the content has been reducing and nobody cares. So when people are buying, when they see gala on the road, they still believe that it was the gala they ate 10 years ago because of the length. But by the time you buy it, you discover that what is inside is actually smaller. That's why I call it power of illusion. Same product, same package, but somehow they've been able to use the power of illusion to remain in the marketplace. So you can always be relevant because you need to reinvent yourself. What you did last year that is working for you, may not also work this year. Number 3, I'm talking about tips. We are going practical. Be sensitive all time. Know what is happening in the global market. Be mindful of your environment because they will actually determine your bottom line. If you notice today, government are bringing out policies that will make it a little bit difficult for you to continue to use bottles, plastic bottles. That's where the future is going. We may return back to glass bottle. We may return back to glass bottle or paper bottle. Things that are not going to give the environment lot of problem. I've run a bottling company before, and I know that one way or the other, these plastic bottles that we are using is going to attract a lot of charges in future. But beyond this is the fact that today, people, when you do business with people, and I want our SMEs that are going to export to realize this, there are questions you will be asked about how did you produce your product. Is child labor involved? Is child labor involved on your production system? Whether through your value or supply chain, SME that demonstrates strong environmental sensitivity are likely to have an advantage in the marketplace. So you need to be mindful of what is going on, what is the global landscape saying, how are they viewing products? Because product is no longer about what you are giving to them, is people are saying, how did you get this thing done? I remember in those days, and we still have it, there's a program called the UN Global Compact, which it's a bundle of principles that deals with the issue of environment and human rights related to how businesses are sustaining themselves. And sometimes they ask us to write a report on how we are communicating through those principles. So you will be asked some of those things. I just wanted to raise this. As entrepreneurs, you need to understand that integrity is a scarce commodity. Never depend on the integrity of another person to run your business. I used to say that, assume that everybody is dishonest. Why do I have to say that? Why do I have to assume? Who can tell me why? Why do I have to assume that everybody, actually in my original slide, I say assume that everybody is a thief. Okay, yes, why do you have to? Yes, sir. Huh? Yes, and the trust of your employees. I'm going to give an example now. Morning.
When they see a profit, when they see a money, they starting changing. Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir. You want to speak? Please introduce yourself and tell us your country.
Hi, sir. So the mindset here is a little different from Chinese one, because Chinese one is, they depend a lot on integrity. But here saying that we do not depend on the integrity of our employees. Why? Why is that?
Okay. Now, we're coming from different environments. And that's why you're saying what you're saying. You see, these two companies that I put here, they are the biggest supermarket chains in my country when we were growing up. today they don't exist. And what led to their extinction is pilfering. Because those two supermarket chains didn't put enough security in place to deter people from pilfering. When you assume that people are honest, you do not do the right thing that will prevent fraud within your system. And it runs through all the various spaces. That's what I meant by that. Yes, sir. Okay. You can give me the microphone. Okay.
Mobile money was, the concept of mobile money was on the telephone was invented by Kenya, a young Kenyan. Even SMS, that was finally settled in court a few years ago. But the mobile money issue, the young man made a presentation. I will not call the telephone company name, but made a presentation to that phone company. And they said they were not interested. He did not do an agreement before. So after he made a presentation, they took it over, and when he went to try and get the money, they didn't give him 1 cent from it. So you are right. You can't trust even the biggest companies.
What he's trying to say, in this case, there was no non-disclosure agreement. When you are trying, as a startup, you're trying to bring up something, and you needed to bring other people in, because of this, you need to sign an NDA, what we call non-disclosure agreement. At least, again, when you are trying a new product, it's also good for you not just to go from just the design to maybe do a prototype that you can also patent, also to prevent people from defrauding you. Okay, this is also contextual, and it's coming from our experience. Close relatives are too hot to touch, and you will understand. Don't hire persons you cannot fire. Don't employ close relatives. It may lead to the downfall of your business. Because in sub-Saharan Africa, and if I'm lying, people can talk to me here, there is this thing that is called entitlement mentality. I'm talking to small businesses. Don't think because somebody is your relative, it will then help you to run your business very well. I know there are family businesses that have grown very well. They have done very well based on a lot of street issues. I'm going to talk about it next. I saw one hand over there. Yes, ma'am, you want to say something?
Hello, I'm Sausen, and I'm a Tunisian entrepreneur. I have a different experience about hiring a relative, because usually when we start our business, we don't have money to hire people, and we rely a lot on people who can work with us for free. It's why usually we go naturally in our own network, who are usually our families and our friends, and it's with whom we start our business, because that's the people we know, they know us, they trust us, and they go with us through the journey. And they're the first one who work with us, and naturally then they keep running the business one by one and working for free. Finding people who can work for free at the beginning, I think it's very critical, because you don't have the capacity yet to have professionals. Yeah.
You know, I said at the beginning that in some contests, if you are running a family business, of course you will. But what we have found out from our own experience is that when you start your business, not even start, when you have started your business growing and you feel you need more people and you bring your relative in, sometimes they work against you because they also want to make business. They want to make a lot of money. I remember this story of a farm in which The senior brother set up a poultry farm and then hired his junior brother to manage the poultry farm. As the business was growing, the brother created a parallel account. So when people come to buy egg, it will say pay to this account, and then in some other instances, it pays to the company's account. I'm sure some of us that are from East, Central, and West Africa have similar experience. Am I lying? I've had similar experience. So that's why this also become very critical, because we're talking to ourselves. This one says, footprint is not automatic. Be mindful of the future. Say small is beautiful. So, of course, it's what we say to people, start small, but build a good culture of sustainability and sustainable planning is what will preserve your footprints. Now, when you are starting your business, or you are running a business right now, think about the future. Think about what will become of this business in the next 10 years. If you don't factor that in, it may be very difficult for you to allow that business to grow. I have some examples of some brands. Just share with you the brand that we call, that sausage that we call Gala. It's been on the street for more than 50 years. You see, this brand, all these things that I mentioned here, this family, there's a family called the Hebrews family in Nigeria. They have a lot of businesses. But one of the things that have survived them is that they ensure that each person, it's a family business, by the way. It's a family business. But it is based on a strict regime. There are certain things you must have, even if you're a member of that family, before you can be admitted into that business empire. The kind of training, the kind of discipline that you require. So when you are building your business, you say, what are the values? What are the principles that this business will be built upon? And that you push to everyone that comes to your business. So you are starting small, good, but as you are growing, how do I ensure that this business and this institution goes beyond me? Number 7, I said, timidity is anti-growth. I used to say this regularly. A timid person can never be rich. Your ability to market yourself will open doors for you and your products. Yesterday, when we had this training at our own pavilion with Export Academy, I did say to them that buyers, your clients want to know how much of your product you know. They want to be convinced that, in fact, when they buy your product, the exact way and manner you are describing the product is how they will meet it. When you are able to market yourself, it will build for you a network of raving fans. And your bank account will never be empty. So be bold. Be ready to open doors. When they push you back, continue to push back. The answer or the response to pushback is pushback. How do you understand? The response to pushback is what? Is to push back. Never say no if you have not gotten the result that you want. I will soon round up. I say be a borderless entrepreneur. And I thank God for what, I'm happy for what Afrexim is also trying to do. Don't limit yourself. Learn to push the frontier of opportunities. There are many products that you have that is needed in other countries. Move to other places. The land is for you to conquer. Your country is not your territory. Be global in your thinking and see other countries as part of your business territory. Even if you are trading today in 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, who says it cannot get to 20? And this thing starts from your mind. How do you look at your business? Where do you think your products are needed? And I used to say this, that because I've seen this happening, African fashion will go places very, very, very soon. My tip number 9 is to say to you, modesty will put you on a good step. This is very, we've been talking about why small businesses fail. Discipline is the enduring cloak of visibility for every entrepreneur. Most successful startups never last long because they always face the test of discipline. You must be disciplined in thought, in your actions, and in financial disposition, particularly. Delayed gratification will keep you on the path of profitability for a very long time. If your business starts growing and you're making money, reinvest your money. Grow that business before you start growing yourself, before you start growing your taste. Let me put it that way. I've seen so many businesses that start off very well. In fact, there was one budding conglomerate that was swallowed by greed. The man that was leading the corporation also created avenues by which he was making money for himself because he could not wait. When you delay your gratification, you will see. In fact, delayed gratification is part of your sustainability. Don't think the money that you have today, it will always be there if you don't reinvest it. Lastly, and I think this is where I'm going to stop. We are all gifted, and this is about people that work with you. We are all gifted. There is no man or a woman that is useless. I advise people to look for talents. But everyone that is working with you comes with unique gifts that must be unraveled. What you get out of each person that works with you is a function of your cultivation power and the depth of your leadership. You need to understand the people that work with you and deploy them. Ability to be able to blend gifts, talent, expertise, and competencies of your team member will place your business on a high pedestal for the world to see. You must recognize there are people that are supposed to be in the front desk that you are putting in the store. There are people that are supposed to be in the store or in the warehouse that you put. You need to understand that everyone can be useful. I'm going to end this presentation with a story. A stammerer got into a bookshop one day and he told the bookshop owner he was selling books, but he also knows that people used to sell religious books on the road. So he asked the man, he said, I would like you to give me some of these books. I want to go and sell them. And he pointed to the Holy Bible. He said, give me. So the guy gave him the Bible, gave him 5. And then he came back after 2 hours. He said, I've sold all the Bible. He said, how? He said, gave him the money. He collected another 5. Went and came back after 2 hours. And he said, how are you selling this? He said, I will tell you my marketing trick. A stammerer that cannot talk. He said, when I get to the traffic, I will say to them, I'm selling this book. He says, it is I said, or do you want me to read? He said, don't read, bring the book. He said, don't read, bring the book. where where am I going? No one is useless. Everybody is useful. A stammerer can also be a good marketer. Good afternoon. You have any question? Five minutes, okay. There's one hand here, okay. And there's another one at the back. There's one in the middle. Yes, sir.
My name is Bolwatfe from Nigeria. So, is there anything like luck in SME?
Is there anything like luck? I do not believe. I believe everything. Okay, go ahead.
Because, when you go meet people and you ask them, like, I'm striving, I failed earlier, and I want to keep pushing. Next thing they'll tell you, you understand? And I'm like, everyone feel at some point, but why will you have to tell me? The next thing you conclude on my behalf is, it's not your luck. So, I know you are older and you've been in this profession for beyond a decade, and I know you've seen different cases. So I want you to tell me, because I love to fight it. I just don't want to believe what they say.
I think the problem is what he's saying is that he said it in my native language, so he communicated with me, and I will explain what he said. He said there are certain businesses that is not good for you or you cannot do. And I said to him is that, who is your counselor? Who is your advisor? Who did you go to? Means there are some people, no matter the kind of ideas that you share with them, they will discourage you. So don't go to discouragers. Don't go to people that do not have the experience and the ability to also motivate you. I believe that when you study a business, you understand the landscape and everything and the ecosystem, you can always succeed with it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful and so, please, about the integrity and the family business. When the madam said that when we grow business, we have to bring our family back to help us and do begin the business. So. You're saying, or you're wanting to say, when the business has grown, we can have our own business and let our families who help us already at the past go and let them go. Is it right?
No, that's not what I said.
It's not.
That's what I said. If you start a business, and this is also cultural a bit, it's also, that's why I put context to it. If in your own culture, in your context, family businesses are doing well, it's a model that has worked in that environment, please pursue it. If you need your family member to start a business and you have so many examples of people who have used that model to grow their business, why not? It works for you. I'm also trying to say, before I showed that slide, I said this does not concern successful family business, because from our own context, we have seen people, family members trying to contest with startup, SME owners, and trying to claim, because they are from the same family, that they have equal rights, and they misbehave. So the people that are here also, from particularly, like I said to you, from East, West, and Central Africa, we have had this problem and this issue. But I think from your own context in North Africa, it may not be so. That's why I have to make that separation.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
Yep. So one of your slides mentioned about dishonesty. at the employees. So I really wanted to know how far can we go with this dishonesty, because beyond a point that becomes micromanagement and that frustrates the employees.
Okay. What I'm saying to you, why I put that slide up, is that you must have a system. You cannot run a business, even as small as it is, that you do not have a system that will put checks and balances in place, that will put checks in place. I'm not saying, I had to appeal to people who had this problem so that they will be able to go back to their businesses and just put the right things in place. We assume that the people that we have employed, they will be honest, they will do the right thing. It is not always true. That's what I mean.
Yes, a very quick one, Emmanuel from Ghana. I want to find out, from your presentation, you made mention of investing as a small SME. So I want to find out, at what point do you start paying yourself as a young entrepreneur?
When you start,
Thank you.
When there is sufficient money to pay yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Rita from Uganda. We process and package blended herbal teas. My question is on footprint. You mentioned that footprint is not automatic.
Yes.
We have to plan for the future. But we know that right now footprint means being digitally available. We have the digital footprint. How do we stay relevant for now and then in the future with the digital footprint?
Okay, you have to be intentional about it. Because even in times of recruiting people, what kind of, it has to be a value-driven issue. You have to employ people who subscribe to your values, to your principles, to your philosophy. That's how you begin to build a good footprint. Thank you. Mr. Odi.
Please put your hands together again for Dr. Olumide Ajayi for the characteristically charismatic and engaging presentation. So that brings us to the end of our session this morning. I encourage you all, as I've said before, to make sure that you take full advantage of absolutely everything that the trade fair has to offer. Make sure you visit all the pavilions. Make sure you attend as many of the sessions as you possibly can. But critically, for those of you who are with us in the SME Development Pavilion, we are going to, later today, we are planning to bring some buyers, some professional buyers into the room. So please stay tuned for that. And my colleagues will share relevant information in that regard in an hour or so. But thank you all very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon and the rest of your time here in Algeria. Make the most of it. Thank you.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains. the lines that separate and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, power. Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 it's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher ground, we're lifting up, and nothing holds us back. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds, we're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting up. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine a light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up.
Know which country they're from, what they're here, what they do. It would be nice to network. We're still in the networking process, so say hello to your neighbor and get to know where they're from. Well, a good afternoon again, and welcome to this session where we are talking all about empowering SMEs to trade intra-Africa. My name is Milka Moigai, and I'm your moderator for today. I am the Executive Director of Africa Women in Trade. AfriTrade is how the company we trade under, and it's a good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this session. We have a lot that is lined up for you, so come ready to get to engage, to understand, and also to contribute, because there's so much that each and every one of you has. Women, we are powerful people, and we have a lot we can give, and there's a lot that we can share. So I would like to say thank you to the organizers. This is hosted by UNDP and AfriTrade, and it's a pleasure to have each and every one of you, and we're looking forward to a very productive and impactful session. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I would like to welcome, to give some opening remarks this afternoon, Natasha Van Rijn, yeah, I said it right, to the stage so that she can give us her opening remarks. Welcome, Natasha.
Good afternoon, Madam Executive Director, distinguished guests, precious entrepreneurs. Good afternoon to all of you once again. On behalf of the United Nations Development Programme, which I have the honor of representing here in Algeria, it's an honor to welcome you all to this all-important side event on empowering women SMEs for intra-African trade with Africa Women in Trade. As we gather here on this beautiful afternoon day in Algiers, we cannot leave this fair without having a session showcasing the pivotal role of women in trade. Trade is transforming how we live, how we work, and even how we connect. At the very heart of this transformation is women, entrepreneurs whose creativity, resilience, and innovation are all shaping Africa's future. Yet despite their great contributions, there's a need to further drive inclusivity in trade by putting the spotlight on bold innovations and initiatives engineered by women across the African continent. This session is a call to action. It invites us all to look beyond the challenges and instead spotlight the solutions that women in trade are creating. It asks us to examine the unique role of women that women play in driving inclusive trade, and to identify investments and partnerships while removing the barriers that hold women back. I believe that when women entrepreneurs succeed, societies thrive. They create jobs, strengthen competitiveness, and ensure that innovation responds to the diverse needs of communities everywhere. At UNDP, we remain committed to advancing inclusive economic growth. With thanks to our partners like Africa Women in Trade, we're working to ensure that we put women at the forefront, where women entrepreneurs are not just participants, but leaders of innovation. Let me conclude by reiterating that the future of trade is inclusive, and women must be at the center of that effort. I hope that you all have a very engaging session, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. That was very inspiring, and we appreciate the work that you do for women across the world. They have been very impactful, and we are grateful that you could join us this afternoon. I would now like to invite the founder, the CEO of Africa Women in Trade, AfriTrade, Joy Zens, to give her opening remarks. Put your hands together for Joy Zens. Welcome.
Hello, good evening or good afternoon. Yeah, how have the day been for you? The very busy 3 days. I'm not someone who's still in one place. I'll try my best. But I'm happy that you made it here in Algeria, because it's all about women. Do you know 70% of traders are women in Africa? Yes, I'm not making it up. It's a fact. But we are not recognized. And people don't know that we exist. Or they don't appreciate it. I don't know. Let's know. We'll get to know all this today. But as I'm going to present here, today is about who we are, just to give you an idea. So we thought, as diaspora, myself, I come from Germany, but I'm Kenyan. And we said, how can we support the continent from the diaspora mindset? And the initiative started with actually the formation of AFCFTA, which had just started. So we are 5 years old. And the whole idea came out from these women in Europe. They're coming from UK, Germany, Switzerland, Holland. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. So this was a great initiative of putting women together. And our vision was to create a platform where women, through the whole Organization of Africa Women in Europe, the one I showed you earlier, which is a 17 years old organization, we decided we're gonna come back to Africa, we're gonna make the change. I'm a very aggressive woman, if you have ever worked with me, because I really need to see the change. We want to see impact, not just stories. We've had enough stories now. So we work with different people, and you'll see us along the way. And our mission, as you see, we want to eradicate poverty. We don't want to hear every time when you come to Europe that Africa is poor. I don't understand that. I never thought we were poor. What is poor? We have everything. But we decided to go on the grassroots to find the women themselves and ask them. I'm from Kenya. I would not know everyone. So I asked women, what do you want? You can imagine as a diaspora, when you ask a woman in Africa, what do you think? They would ask money, right? No, it was not money. They told me, information. What do you mean information? We had a statistic, is the biggest, almost 50% wanted information. I asked, what's wrong? Is the information not reaching you? No. I said, okay, that's very easy for me. Actually, my problem, I have information, and I don't know who to send to. So we created a platform, and from the platform, our website, where they joined, actually, the first time AFCFTA launched, I was already recruiting them online. We work digital. Everything is digital. So WhatsApp group, Facebook, we started collecting all the women, understanding, do you know what is AFCFTA? We had to start from there. It's a big thing. Let's work together. Let's see how we can work together. But I know it's in the beginning, but let's get to know who we are. What do we want on the grassroots level? So we, from the women, they gave us 4 pillars. Market access. This was the biggest one. If you reach a woman thinking in Europe, I want to sell. What do you want to sell? It was COVID time. Show me on the camera, on Zoom. Beautiful, beautiful products. So we decided, okay, these products are ready for the markets. How can we get you with the right certification? Who are your markets? The whole thing about markets, we had to work with them over and over. And the information above, we shared with them over email on a daily basis. I went to all organizations. They asked me, I'm not in trade, but they told me where to go. They tell me, go to WTO. Okay, I go there, I sit down, I listen. Okay, these are protocol people. They are doing a lot of paperwork to support businesses. I can give them the issue together with the locals. And as well, we go to expos to find the markets. What do the markets need? Because the women want to sell, we believe demand over supply. So if the woman is showing me a product, I ask her, who are you producing it for in the first place? Then I know where to go to find new markets. That's another part where we have a lot of mindset changing. We have WhatsApp groups. We communicate purely on WhatsApp group. We have meetings, just listening and understanding what is the blockage. And finance and investment is another part we work very closely, because now after we have got the markets, we realize the women cannot reach the volumes. And you, my colleague, will be telling you more about that. We understand the issues, finance. But we believe if you have markets, all the doors will open. All the doors will open. The bank will open, the Afrexim Bank will come, UNDP will come, everyone will come to rescue. But do you know that? And that's the work we do. A capacity building, we've worked together with a lot of organizations. That's why we are here, to give you information. What are the organizations that are out here helping you as a exhibitor or a seller, wholesaler, trade? First, exhaust your market at home. When you start cross-border, then that's where I come in. I ask you to, first of all, finish where you are in the country, exhaust the market. Cross-border is the biggest one for women. Then we talk, we figure it out, the AFCFT, what are the tariffs, and who is there to help you in that area. Of course, all that would not happen without relationship. That's why I'm here, to show my face, to connect with women, to build trust, collaboration. And they say out there, if you work with a woman in Africa, you never go wrong. And I'm not saying it here, I hear it in Europe. They target women. And are you ready? Are you informed? Because the other day we were being told, from just here in Dubai, said, I don't want like working with women. They don't deliver, they don't deliver. They talk too much, they don't deliver. I said, what do you mean? What's the problem? Tell us. Maybe we can figure it out. But we need information. As you all said, information is important. I believe that's where this problem is, lack of information. And we are here especially just for that. So we'll give you flyers to go on with the objectives, what we've done. These are the areas we look into. We are basically right now with agriculture sector. That's our area, and women as well. And then these are the products that we've been helping throughout. Kenya coffee. We have also tea from Nigeria. These are things that can go direct. I found them already finished. I did nothing here. They were already done. My work, you can see when they put my logo on the package to take it to. This product actually had to come to Germany, and it was smelling very fresh. We want to do value addition product, no raw materials. That's our concept. We also have South Africa, a very innovative youth as well from South Africa, innovation, but she's stuck. She cannot produce it. She produced in university. So how can we help her to increase? Because some of these women, they don't need a lot of money. They just need the machines. But the interest rates, sometimes they're very horrible. She got 40% interest. I don't know when she's going to finish for that, to just have the product produced. There's a lot of barrier. We have also, you can see there, we go to Kenya and see their shops, see what their products they have. I have also a bag I carry all the time. My products are mostly made from the women to promote their product. They're ready to go. So we are two directors. I am basically in the understanding the women, what they do, but what's then? After we've done all that, what's then? The market. So we have worked together with Milka, who is here, who is going to tell you more about how she has experience. And this, what we tell you here, is representing, we have over 10,000 women traders, and they're also on our platform. They'll be listening to this, and these are reports we give you, and you'll see yourself where you are. And throughout the session, please make sure you ask questions. What was your hurdle? Then we take it to the next step. So I'm going to hand over to my executive director here as well, who is ready, who's going to take you to the next part, where she is going to mention more about the products.
Thank you very much, Joy, for giving us an overview of who Africa Women in Trade, or AfriTrade, are. we are so grateful that you have come to listen to us, because I have worked with a lot of women who are already in trade in their countries, and the problems that they're facing is how to move to the next level. So as Joy said, I deal with the business-to-business side of things. And what we do is when we get the ladies, or they come to us, we have a sit down with them, because everybody's an individual. Your business is unique to you, and your challenges are unique to you as a person, unique to your sector, and unique to your geographical region. So we don't like to generalize things, because everyone has individual issues. So we try and discuss with you and see, based on our pillars, how can we help you? How can you benefit from being a member of Africa Women in Trade? Because the aim is to take you from one level to another. We have different people in different levels. Some are starting up, some actually are thinking of starting, others are already in business and they're looking to scale up. So we cannot generalize everybody. We work with you at where you are. So there are many challenges that women face. And some of the challenges actually are to do with trust, being trusted. That is a big thing, because they are new in the market. Nobody knows you. You have a beautiful product, it looks great, you tell us a beautiful story, but nobody's trusting you. And this is something that is very concerning to the people, because they are working hard and they're thinking, how do I get to the next level? They have no traction. No traction at all, no history. So we try and teach them how to have a traction, how to have a history, how to have customer reviews, how to put your business, to position your business whereby it can be recognized as a legitimate and a trusted enterprise or business. So these are some of the things that we are working with the women. We sit down and then we ask them, what is your problem? A lot of them, the problem is finance. Finance is a big thing. It doesn't matter what level you're at, whether you're at startup, whether you're at the top, finance is always an issue. So it just depends on what are you looking at in the finance sector. Some of you are looking to scale up, some of them are looking for equipment, some are looking for to be able to employ people. So we work with you and we partner with other organizations who can help you. For example, Joy mentioned we have one of our lovely youth, and she's doing an amazing, amazing product in South Africa, a young lady making some coffee product out of buttersquash nuts, which is very interesting. It's a very unique product. If you taste it, it's heavenly, I tell you. She's amazing. But then she was renting a space in a university. Well, she's outgrown it because she cannot be able to produce enough in that little space. Now she's looking to grow. When she went to the banks in South Africa were offering her 40% interest rate, honestly. Is there a business there? 40%. But do you only have to get money from your country? There are many other opportunities. So we partner with these people and direct you where you can go and get the help that you need so that you're able to take your business to the next level. So it's very important. What are you looking for? Machinery. What are you looking for? Packaging. What are you understand? There are different things. The other thing that we found that was very, very concerning is protection, IP protection. They have the best products, the most beautiful products, but they're not protected. Anybody can take it. So we help them to protect their products so that at least they're not being taken away. Their hard work is not in vain. And this comes through also networking, like Joy said. We put women in groups so that you can talk to one another and you can help each other, because without information, you can have the best product and it might go nowhere. So finance is a big thing, financial capacity. The other problems that I encounter when I meet with the ladies and we talk about is the problem of meeting the capacity or the volumes that they are asked for. For example, we had one buyer interested in ginger, fresh ginger, 1 40-foot container per week. Now, how do you supply that person per week? Who has that huge land to be able to, that you need to be able to partner with other people, to aggregate, so there are many things that, there are many problems. So you have an order, but you're like, But the thing is, there's also negotiation power. You don't have to give per week. You can say, I can give 1 container a month, and your other business partner can give another container. You see what I mean? So 4 of you can come together. So it's a matter of seeing how do we work together to be able to sort our problems out. So these are some of the issues that we come across as Africa Women in Trade when we are working with our women. Logistics is another issue. How do I get my thing from A to B, from cross-border, from one place to another? How do I trade? What does it mean? The reason we are here today is to understand the how. How does it literally work for me as an SME in my business to be able to trade from country A to country B? AFCFTA is here, bringing down the trade barriers. But what does it mean for me? Yes, in policies it says A, B, C, D, but what does it mean? How is it translating to me to understand it, to be able to do the business? That is why we are here today. We want to understand how is it that I can access this finance? What is the bank willing to do for me? What are the logistic companies willing to do for me? So these are some of the problems that buyers face, you know, when they're trying to interact with people. Internet issues, you know, technology, you know. Some people understand technology, others don't understand. They don't understand the big words that you're telling me in the business world. So we want our women to understand these concepts. Yes, as I said, we work with women from different levels. Some of them on the high level, they understand every single thing. Others don't understand. So we're here to work together and to move to the next level. So this is a season and a session for you to ask questions. Those questions you've been wondering, we have the expertise here for you to get the answers. Thank you very much.
Yes, she said it all. That's the lady you meet the first time you join us, and you can connect us on this platform, which is quite easy to follow up. Yes, and I want to thank you. And today, really, is not about us. It's about the people we have brought for you here now to tell you those issues you've given highlighted, but now for you as a business person. We have buyers here as well. So also pitch a little bit when you're saying your name and your product. You know how we do women, yeah? Yes. We can say praise God, amen, and then we go to the business. We have to be direct. So the buyers are also here. We managed to pull a few of them here, and they're listening to you. And they're going to tell you their challenges as well. So thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Joy. I hope this gives you a little bit of an insight what this session is all about. And so without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Komi Sowu from UNDP Program for Women-Led Enterprises and Inclusive Growth to give us the next session. And thank you very much. Welcome.
Thanks very much. And thanks as well. I think today I'm not going to be talking too much because my colleagues from the various countries' offices are here. My name is Komi. I'm UNDP Regional Advisor on Trade. So we really want to demonstrate how some of our country officers are also supporting women in trade. And thanks also, RR, for being with us and for hosting us for this whole week. So please, a round of applause to our RR, Natasha, who actually, a small story, Natasha was before in Madagascar, has really pushed the AFCFTA agenda there. I think thanks to the work, also leadership and partnership, you know, Madagascar, we had a meeting with them earlier. They're also looking into how now they can concretely pass the next step, which is implementation. How can we support women in Madagascar trade with entrepreneurs in Algeria, for instance? So these are some of the things we are working on. But let me call two of my colleagues from three countries, two regions, three countries. Jamal, please, can you come? From Mauritius, Seychelles. And we have a few entrepreneurs also from Mauritius, Seychelles. So if some of you are here, want to start importing some of those island countries, some specific product or services, please you can talk to Jamal. We have Edith from Nigeria, our largest economy on the continent, who will also share, and we have Edem from Ghana country office who will share with you how we are supporting businesses. Yeah.
Thank you, Komi, for the introduction. So we are here today, myself, Jamil Jitu, so with my colleagues Edith from UNDP Nigeria and Edem from UNDP Ghana. So basically today we are going to share with you some of our programs that we are running on these 3 countries. So I'll start, may I start with Mauritius, but maybe I can ask those at the back, maybe you can move a bit to the front, to the center, if that's okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So the presentation, the presentation. It is this, okay. Okay, no, that's not. No. Maybe they are. Okay, so while waiting for the presentation to show, so we've been doing a lot at the UNDP. So it's not fair only just to present 3 countries. So we've got all these countries in the Regional Bureau of Africa. But today it's just about showcasing a sample of 3 countries. So I'm going to talk a bit about Mauritius. So maybe not all of you know where the country is found. It's near South Africa, a very small island. So we have the island of Mauritius and the one of Seychelles. So So in our region, it's a multi-country office, so we cover both Mauritius and Seychelles, very small countries, near Madagascar. So the area of Algeria was previously in Madagascar, so just there. And we are considered to be a small island developing state, a SIDS country. So at times, being a small country, we have certain advantages, but at times, we have a lot of disadvantages also when it comes to trading. So we are going to share a bit about that, but first of all, I wanted to share the best and the biggest initiative that we have been doing in Mauritius in terms of the AFCFTA. The first one, we came up 2 years back with what we call the Export Accelerator Program. We are going to discuss about that. And the second thing is about the UNDP Economic Lab of Mauritius and Seychelles. So I'm going to share with you how we came up with these programs and how it has been helpful. And we are also going to invite on stage our SMEs who have been through that program. So the first one is Export Accelerator Program. So it's a flagship program in UNDP. So it is made up of 3 main stages. So the objective behind it was initially what we have found, being a small island developing state, we found that we have been disconnected with trade with mainland Africa. The first reason is a scale issue. So we are small, our production capacity is also small. The second issue is the isolation. So we are remote, we are far away from the mainland. So that gives us a lot of disadvantages. And what we've found, at times when we speak about with the SMEs, they tell us that as small islands, we have been left outside the mainland and even in terms of trade. So to bridge that gap, we came up with what we call the Export Accelerator Program. And we have been focusing on women-led entrepreneurs. So I'm going to explain to you the 3 steps that we made in the first selection process. So what we did, we had a call for application all over the island, in Mauritius and Seychelles, and with the help of a consultant, so we had a national advertising, and then a limited number of SMEs was selected. So at first it was 20 SMEs covering Mauritius and Seychelles. And we found that through previous engagement with SMEs that the main issue is about export readiness. So we had SMEs in Mauritius and Seychelles. They were producing, but not necessarily that they had the right expertise and knowledge to be able to enter the mainland Africa to supply their products. So we came firstly with an export readiness capacity building program for women-led entrepreneurs from Mauritius and Seychelles, number one. Number two, we provide them with what we call hand-holding and mentoring sessions. Each one of them, because we believe that each SME, they have their own needs, their own challenges, and their own initiative and opportunities that they need to tap into. So that's where they had the privilege to have a hand-holding exercise, a mentoring, in order to find what are the problems and find solutions in each of the unique cases. So that's the second part. And then we need to be practical. We need to be practical, not only having policies discussion. And then the next step after the coaching, when we feel that they were ready to get into the export market, we came up with a third stage, which is called the Sponsorship and Grants Program for Women-Led Entrepreneurs in Mauritius. So there were mainly two components for that. The first one, after building their capacity, we sponsored them to attend trade fairs. So these are some of them. For example, we had the African Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum last year in South Africa. And why we chose South Africa? Because, you know, when we speak about Mauritius and Seychelles, we needed to bridge that gap in terms of trade. The closest countries and the biggest economies one of them is South Africa. We have direct flight connection, number one, and then we have direct freight connection also. That was very important. So that's why we have been exploring markets in South Africa. We have had the Africa Tech Festival also in South Africa last time, and we've sponsored the SMEs to attend the Intra-African Trade Fair in the year 2023 and this year also. So we will have the privilege to listen from them, so how these programs have been beneficial for them. And the second thing, we found that at times when you just sponsor the SMEs, they also have some other requirements. For example, you can be a small SME, you have a market, but you don't have a capacity to produce. So we've been giving grants program. For example, in an SME in Seychelles, we've given the grant program for the SME to be able to enhance capacity by buying additional machines, number one. And even in Mauritius, so we've given so much grant for website development, to buy machines, to improve branding and packaging. So these were the challenges that we've heard from the SMEs themselves. So we have a loop system where we listen to the SMEs and try to find solutions. Just after that, I'm going to discuss with you also how we have a methodological way of finding the challenges and also the solution. So that's where we have something else, which is called the UNDP Economic Lab of Mauritius and Seychelles. So it is based on 3 pillars. The first one is about experimentation. Experimentation, it means we have tried to have pilot system, digital tools. So in Mauritius, we have even tried to have hackathon with the youth, asking them to try to develop new apps which can help us to develop trade in Mauritius and Seychelles. The second one, after doing experimentation, even here, after having capacity building, we've sponsored the SMEs to come to trade fairs. So that's the experimentation part. The second one is about scaling. It's not exploitation, but exploration. We try to explore market, try to find solution, whether it's possible, it's bringing something positive or not. And then we have a solution mapping part. We engage with government, try to see what are the challenges, what are the solutions. So the Economic Lab, it focuses on these 3 things: experimentation, scaling, and solution mapping. So I won't be taking too much of your time. So next, I'll be calling the SMEs who have benefited from our programs over the last 2 years. So we'll start with Ranjana. So so we'll ask Ranjana to come to stage. So she's the founder and CEO of Sphere Media Technologies in Mauritius. So we are not only focusing on trade products, we also focus on technologies. So that's where last time she was in our Export Accelerator program. And she also benefited from the capacity building, the mentoring session, and even went to AfriTech Festival in South Africa. So she's going to share a bit with us how this has been fruitful. So we have 5 minutes for this.
Thanks,
Angela.
Jamil. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. Glad to share my experience, to have the opportunity to do that. Indeed, we have had a good support, a great support, and a great guidance from the UNDP. It started off for me by taking part in the Export Accelerator program. And like Jamil said, you know, it's not only for trade. I was quite worried in the beginning because I was saying that, you know, I am in the services sector. I have an agency, which is a brand strategy and marketing and communication agency. And I was not too sure how it fits, you know, in the whole program. So at some point, the Chamber of Commerce reached out to us through the UNDP, and we had a chat, and I was like, you know what, let's get on board. I attended the Africa Tech Festival last year, and this time I'm here. And I have to say, it's been a wonderful experience. The Africa Tech Festival was awesome in the sense that we got to sit down and listen to those who are actually shaping and transforming the digital world. I mean, like I said, my agency is in marketing, branding, digital marketing, and I needed to see what was happening on the continent. Sometimes what happens is that, you know, we are in Mauritius, yes, we read, we educate, we try to see what's happening elsewhere, but we're not really in contact with the actual people doing it. So being at the Tech Festival last time was something that made us meet the right people, right? Sharing of ideas, sharing of solutions, and how we could bring the solutions, adapt them to the requirements of the market in Mauritius. Now, we talk about barriers, frontiers, and everything. My agency is in Mauritius. I don't have to just be servicing clients who are based in Mauritius, right? So it allowed me to create solutions to go beyond Mauritius. And I have to say thank you. And this time that we're here, it's another massive experience. Again, you know, looking at the width of things, you know, how big it is, how many people we're meeting here from so many different countries, the products that you're selling, the challenges that you have. I mean, I had the chance to be on a panel yesterday to speak about women in tech. It was a privilege, you know, it was a privilege to be able to share that kind of insight. It was also a privilege to hear from the other speakers, you know, about their path, their challenges, and how they are overcoming it. So I can only say thank you. Thank you for giving us the platform. Thank you for giving us the voice. That's very important, to be able to be heard. Because most of the time, you know, you go about doing your things, and then, you know, you just say, how did I transform someone's life today, even my own? But then we get to do that through platforms that are being given to us, through the UNDP, through the Chamber of Commerce, through the Export Accelerator program, through being in different conferences. So here's my experience.
Thank you very much, Ranjana. So one of the SMEs that we have sponsored twice in tech, and it makes us, UNDP Mauritius, very proud. And second person, so someone who has been supported. So I'm not only talking about Mauritius, so just note that there's another country called Seychelles, and now we'll call up on stage Ingrid Sora, who represents Bellish from Seychelles. So she deals with cosmetics. So she's going to share her experience and her challenges also. So as a small SME, how it's difficult at times to access the market from a small island developing states, and how she has benefited from our programs and support. Over to you, Ingrid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Ingrid, and I'm from the Seychelles. And as Jamil has said, I make cosmetics. I manufacture cosmetics from the Seychelles. We try to use as many local ingredients as possible. So we push the formulation so that it includes always a high percentage of local ingredients sourced locally. We are very, very stringent when it comes to being sustainable, so the ingredients has to be sourced sustainably. Also that the packaging should not be single-use plastics. And so we're in the process actually of doing more innovation when it comes to that. My journey with UNDP started about 2 years ago when we first went to Egypt. And that was a real eye-opening. You know, Seychelles is a tiny little country. We are tiny in terms of land space. We are huge in terms of sea space, but we are also only 100,000 people. So it means that a lot of the times when you talk of Africa, we're overlooked or we're sidebarred. Oh, what was it again? Where are you again? I can't see you on the map, kind of thing, because it's barely a dot. So, but we're there. And so for me, since the last 2 years, it's been wonderful to have been included. So thank you very much. Going to Egypt and seeing how, you know, this was like the first step into seeing how can we be part of this great, mighty, we are part of the continent, but how can we truly be a part of it, and how can we trade now with the rest of Africa? The problems we had 2 years ago, they're still there now, I must admit. And that's the problems of logistics. We are, because we've got all the sea, so it's very difficult for us to just send things across. It becomes very, very expensive if we want to do air freight. It becomes almost prohibitive, because by the time that you've added the cost of the air freight, then your product is so much more expensive than anybody else's, and the people are now asking, yeah, I mean, it's really nice, but why should I buy yours when I can get something else, maybe just as nice or maybe not as nice, but for a cheaper price. So we're around there. So coming here this time, 2 years later, I must say I was pleasantly surprised and impressed to find that Ugandan Airlines now have a cargo plane, and they're going between Nigeria, South Africa, and Uganda. And the prices that are, yeah. So I was like that as well. I was just like, wow. I'm trying not to get too excited just yet, because I need it to happen for me. But we are close to South Africa, and now I just need to get that other part, because if I can get it to South Africa, that means I can get it to the other places. And that would mean a lot for me. UNDP, I didn't manage to, I missed their capacity building, but UNDP has actually helped me then further. I went to the South African, the AWIF, which was also super, super interesting. And for me personally, because we're in the process of getting some very important, actually, certification. So South Africa is a very important and the closest hub for us. So that was, that was very, very helpful. And then at the end of last year, they came to me and they were just like, okay, so what is it that you need, basically? And they came into my factory, and I say factory, and it's a very loose term. I should actually say atelier, because it's very, very small. And Jamil was there as well, and all the colleagues were there. They were all sort of cramped up. We had to move things around just to be inside. And they said to me, so what can you do? So I explained to them, I said, look, I can make 5 liters at a time. I've got another equipment that I can make 20 liters at a time. I would very much now like to jump to be able to make 50 liters at a time. That means a lot for me. It means, I don't have to spend so much time making it, because now I don't have to do 20 and then another 20 and then another 20, so I could make it all at once. And it would just facilitate things. And the equipment that I want and have been, basically I've been eyeing it for several years, I had to invest in other things, and it was always, okay, so now I can't do it because I have to open up the shop, I've got to do the inside, I've got to pay for this, and I've got to do that. And so they were like, okay, so how much is it? And when I told them how much it was, and then they were just like, okay, so what if we part funded you? And if they hadn't done that, I would have pushed that purchase for a little bit further along, to be perfectly honest. So now what I've done, because they did it, I've now spent double the amount of money, to be honest, because I didn't only get the one that gets me the 50, I also got the same for the 5, because when you're doing your sampling or when you're doing the sample sizes, it's good to have the exact same equipment that you're going to be doing for a bigger sample size, so that you understand exactly how the texture is going to be, how the product is going to be. So they helped with that. So it's a big deal for me. So thank you very much. And coming here this time, I must say, actually this morning, She asked me all the questions about what did I see, how is that better, and I think that there's several things that I've noticed that have improved since the last one, and one of the things is that they were organized, so the I never know how to say this really well and quickly, so you have AFCFTA, I have to look at it, I apologize, so they organized people to come on the stand, and that was very proactive, and I thought that how wonderful, because they understood that if we are on the stand all the time, how are we meant to go and meet all the other buyers who we might have missed? So they organized people to come to us and understand our businesses, and they were to help out to go and find matching buyers to suit us. So already that's very proactive, so thank you. And also these side events that we've been having, so the chats, there were the panels, these amazing women and men who are really trying to make a difference. And the topics that they spoke about resonated with me, and it was honest. It was about, okay, so where are we, where we would like to get to, and let's talk about how can we get there together. So I've found this very inspiring. And then, on just a little side note, so ECOWAS and UNDP got together. They decided to do a little competition, and I've got a team member there, so we just got together. So four companies who actually didn't know each other from before, but we managed to, we did this competition and we won. And what did we win? We didn't win money, we won 12 months of support, where we're going to understand a little bit more what this means, but 12 months of support. And support in trying to access the other countries, the other African countries, and also for hopefully upscaling. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ingrid, for sharing all this. So what we can note from this, maybe most of you have noted that, so we've tried to bridge the gap, the challenger that we face. First, about the scale issue. When you're small, in a small island, you don't have a market. So we've tried to empower the women-led SMEs in terms of enhancing and building capacity, having more outputs. Then you have economies of scale, number one. Number two, we've tried to bridge the remoteness gap, allowing them to access markets beyond their own country. For example, the South African one, Egyptian market, and possibly here, the Algerian market. So we are trying to bridge the gap. So we are not limiting the AFCFTA goals in terms of policy. We are going towards practical solution. And we are trying to build women-led SME champions. So that's why at times we are hand-holding the same SMEs attending to the trade fair, because we want to bring some solution and some sustainable solutions, not just one-off support. So like you have heard from her, so it's about giving grant, supporting for trade fair, and everything in terms of capacity building. So thank you very much, Ingrid, for that, for sharing. And maybe now we have, but before moving to another person from Mauritius, let's hear from our colleague. Let's start from, which one? Let me change the slide, yeah. So our next colleague is going to talk about the experience from Ghana. So can you please put the slide here? So yeah, so Adam from Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So we've been talking a lot about information gaps, and this is something that we really saw in our work. So we have something called the Integrated MSME Support Program, where we provide different interventions for MSMEs from all across Ghana. And every time we go for these interventions, there's always the same questions that are being asked. Same questions about trade, same questions about even trading with ECOWAS, not to even talk about the AFCFTA. There's so many things that came up. So we decided to come up with what we called the NIMDA series. It's a business clinic where we provide information to MSMEs on a regular basis. And this information, it comes from questions that come from the MSMEs. So not UNDP bringing up the questions. So we go around to the MSMEs, provide questions for them to ask. What do you want to see? What do you want to hear? What information are you missing? What gaps do we need to fill? And that's how we came up with this. The NIMDA series. NIMDA is an Akan word that means knowledge. We launched this last year, May of 2024. The first session was a virtual session. It wasn't as many people, but it was a very impactful session, something we are planning on repeating. But the idea of the NIMDA series is to provide information every quarter. So every quarter we have a different topic. Every quarter we have a different topic from MSMEs, a list of MSMEs. So some of the topics that we've looked at in the last couple of sessions is branding and positioning, something that was very important for MSMEs, because a lot of our work is focused on the AFCFTA. So branding and positioning is very important, because you bring some of the businesses together, and some of the branding is not standardized. You have one where something is looking slightly different from the other. And in a very competitive market, you need to align some of your products. You need to make sure they are standardized. So when they go into the market, there's no issue with the products. So we looked at branding and positioning. Another thing that we looked at is unlocking strategies for market expansion and export readiness. So this we did with our government agencies. We have what we call the National Coordination Office of the AFCFTA. That sits under the Ministry of Trade. So we brought key personnel from there. And we have what we call the Ghana Export Promotion Authority that came to provide up-to-date market expansion and export readiness information to businesses. Again, this session was very detailed. In every session that we have, we normally try to bring an MSME to come and talk about her experience in these different sessions. So not just an expert talking to you, but then and a fellow MSME to also give their experiences and how they are improving their work in these spaces. Another area that we looked at is products and service innovation, staying ahead again in a competitive market because the competition keeps increasing. And the very last one that we had that was a big hit was navigating the regulatory environment. So for this, we brought all the regulatory bodies in Ghana together. So we have the Standards Authority, the Food and Drugs Board Authority, even SNITs, how to talk about your pension, which is something that we don't talk about with MSMEs because they are businesses that stand alone. But these are some of the questions that were answered during this session, and it ran long because the interest was beyond the time that we had. So these are some of the gaps that we're filling. So in addition to the NIMDA series, we have hybrid sessions, and these hybrid sessions also come with exhibitions. So we're not just bringing the businesses together to come and hear information, but providing platforms where they can engage with each other. So hearing from the experts and also having B2B conversations. So you see my product, I see your product. Where did you source your product from? Who helped you get this type of product? What type of people are you talking to? What experiences are you sharing? That's what we are looking at in the NIMDA series. So the impact that we've had so far, 200 plus women and youth businesses strengthened with the capacity to trade and seize opportunities under the AFCFTA. So we supported a couple of businesses that have gone through the NIMDA series, different sessions, one of which is here, who will give her testimonial. So we have, again, like I mentioned, the B2B sessions, and then we have enhanced capacities in innovation, branding, marketing, and export readiness. Our next session is actually coming up next week. It's online. It's an online session where we'll probably be able to share eventually, but that's going to focus on non-financial market support. So how can we're getting an expert from one of the banks, Absa Bank, to speak on this topic. So this is something that we're going to keep continuing. We're doing this once every quarter to always get that information gap. And again, the questions are coming from the MSMEs. So if something seems outdated, whatever new questions that come from the MSMEs are the questions that we're going to address. So at this point, I'm just going to call one of our MSMEs, Nana Inima Apofo. She's in the cosmetics area. Her product is heparin, to share her experience on how the NIMDA series has helped her business. Thank you. Okay, so I'll hand over.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nana Inima Ampofo. I formulate cosmetics, plant-based, using natural oils, plants, and butters. Okay, so the NIMDA series has been very impactful, very educative. It's been a learning process. So I had the opportunity to be part of the digital marketing training, and we learned a lot about content creation using the right SEO keywords to help us scale our businesses. And I had a little challenge with the social media management, but through the training, I was able to scale up my followers I was able to scale up my growth or grow my business, and also I was able to. It also helped me to boost my sales as well. And another impactful NIMDIA series that happened was the one on the regulatory compliances. So regulators were brought, and we were taught how to be compliant with the law and also business regulations. So in all, it's been a great one, and I look forward to the next series. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So normally we support some businesses to come for trade fairs like this that have been through the NIMDA series. So based on the support that the NIMDA series has been able to give to their businesses to boost growth, to boost sales, to increase their marketing, we support these businesses to come on this fair. So like Heparin here, Nana Inima, we also supported businesses last year to the Biashara and the AU MSME Forum that took place in Namibia. So this is an ongoing thing, something we plan to keep for the next couple of years. Every quarter, we have a session to fill the gap that MSME needs to be able to trade under the AFCFTA. So at this point, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Edith, from the Nigeria Country Office, to give her example.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith from UNDP Nigeria's team, and I'm going to be telling you about our HER AFCFTA program, which is a special initiative targeting women to be able to trade under the AFCFTA. And we have 3 pillars which addresses all the challenges we've heard our panelists speak about, what AfriTrade has spoken about. Access to information, access to markets, access to infrastructure, and all of that. So we have 3 core pillars of HER AFCFTA we are calling HER Knowledge, HER Network, HER Facility. Under HER Knowledge, it's a lot of capacity building, knowledge sharing on AFCFTA protocols, what do you need to do, how do you need to package your goods, what kind of documentation do you need to send your goods outside of Nigeria to the rest of the world. Under HER Network, we have something we call the HER AFCFTA Forum, which is an annual event. We had the first one last year, December, which brought around 500 women together. We had representation from the Nigerian Customs Service, the Nigerian Export Promotion Service, the Shippers Council, and then the businesses were able to directly share their challenges with these regulatory authorities to get feedback directly, because one of the challenges we had heard from them is that there's some kind of distance between them. They're not able to get information as fast as they need, and there's too many middlemen in the process. So we brought the right people into the room, we brought the businesses there so they could talk to them. Another aspect of HER Network is these B2B sessions we have. So last year we were able to take 14 Nigerian businesses to Namibia for the 3rd AU MSME Forum, and this year we have some of them in Algeria for the IATF. And the purpose of these trade fairs and these platforms is to allow them meet their peers, learn from them, see what opportunities are out there, and potential business partnerships that can emerge out of these trade fairs. So that's what HER Network seeks to achieve. Under HER Facility, we have trade and investment facilitation, where we are able to put businesses in touch with potential distributors. So, for example, we have a partner we work with that is helping us secure purchase orders, especially for agri-products coming out of Nigeria, and we've had a lot of successes so far. So we have almost $33 million worth of purchase orders that are waiting to be met. And while this is a huge amount, the challenge that we have seen is that the businesses don't have the capacity to meet such demands fast enough. So there's money on the table that's not being taken because of a capacity issue. which also is covered under her facility, where we identify high potential businesses, provide them with equipment support, not individual businesses who belong to a cluster, because we prefer to work with groups. It scales down faster if you target a group or an association rather than a private business. So businesses that are high potential that belong to a cluster or an association, we provide them with solar-powered equipment that can help them scale their production. So that's covered under her facility. So that while we are giving you money to be able to scale your production, you also get the equipment that can help you move with speed. I'm going to round up very quickly and introduce our businesses to share their experience. But another aspect is beyond giving them money, beyond giving them purchase orders, beyond getting them financing support, we also have something we are building called the MSME Growth Hub in partnership with the Small and Medium Scale Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria. It's a mouthful, SMEDAN for short. We're building an MSME Growth Hub that's going to be a one-stop shop for MSMEs in Abuja. That's our pilot state. They're going to have access to these regulatory authorities who are going to come on a weekly basis. We're going to find a suitable schedule where they can come to that space and get access to help and information quickly rather than go to the offices. We're also going to provide a content studio, a photography studio, branding support through another program that the UNDP Nigeria runs called the NJFP Fellowship Program, where we give young graduates placement support so that they can also build their skills, and then we pay for it in partnership with the European Union and the Office of the Vice President. So that's the kind of support that we offer to our businesses under her AFCFTA. Quickly, some of the achievements so far, and then you hear from the horse's own mouth. So since we launched last year, just about 1.5 years post her AFCFTA launch, we've empowered more than 500 women entrepreneurs with access to markets, knowledge on branding, AFCFTA protocols, and market access. We've also been able to facilitate deal rooms that have unlocked worth 6.1 million in trade opportunities for Nigerian businesses in the Eastern African market. We launched the market intelligence tool in Q2 of this year with the Ministry of Trade that maps opportunities for Nigerian businesses in 13 African countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. We work with Uganda Airlines, so I'm happy the Mauritian or the lady from Seychelles has heard about the opportunity, because we work together with the UNDP regional team and UNDP Nigeria team to come up with this deal with Uganda Airlines for Nigerian businesses to be able to access the Eastern and Southern African market. And we are starting with Uganda and South Africa. So I'm sure the reciprocity is going to favor the rest of the other countries, and eventually we can scale across. We facilitated trade and investment, so we built a portfolio of about 30 investors for Nigerian businesses, targeting more the agri-entrepreneurs, because that's where there's more demand currently. And we are driving innovation and sustainability by focusing on purchasing solar-powered equipment, solar-powered solutions that can also help drive scale and sustainability. So to round up, I'm going to introduce...
My colleague, we need to
get
it short.
Just shortly.
No, yeah, actually, okay.
So I'm going to introduce Ms. Adebisi Odeleye from More Organics and Ms. Ineamaka Nwosisi from Magnisi Brands in 2-3 minutes to share their experiences of her AFCFTA. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adebisi Odeleye. I'm the founder of More Organics, and I am also the president of Academy for Women Entrepreneurs that have over 800 women in Nigeria. And I'll be speaking to those two things because I'm not the only one that benefited from the, after my women in the association has also benefited. So at the launch, one of the things I think I love really, really about UNDP Nigeria is that they listen. There was in July there was a program where we had all the government agencies and some of the entrepreneurs, women-led entrepreneurs in a building, and we profiled solutions. We told them our pain points, and by the time we were at the launch of the like 2 months later, those solutions were already recommendations that the regional director mentioned that he would be working on. And that made it quite easy for us to, scale and benefit from the impacts that they're making. At the launch of our AFCFTA, I remember that within 3 hours, our women made about 5 million naira in just 3 hours at an exhibition, and that is access to market. And apart from that, we've benefited a lot of access to market, international market. Loom Chocolate is our member. She was at African Connect at Rwanda. I was in Namibia, and I'm here right now, as well as Loom Chocolate and a couple of other women. Another thing that they did was that they paid for our corporate members to be part of WASIMA. And being part of WASIMA means being in part of a bigger body. So whatever Nigeria is doing for entrepreneurs, especially women-led businesses, the women, over 800 women, are benefiting from it. So it's beyond just individuals. It's about doing things for community of women. And I can say for sure that a lot of women have benefited from capacity building, from access to market, access to finance, and even equipment grants. So for this, I would like to say thank you. And even right here in Algeria, part of the things that we've benefited is that we have standby interpreters that are helping us to close deals. And I mean, communication is a major thing when it comes to trade. Ability to communicate and close deals has been done. And aside from that, we've also been able to meet different distributors across different countries in the world. Thank you very much.
So, my name is Namaka Nwosisi, and I'm the CEO of a brand called Magnisi Collections. We make handbags and fashion accessories in Nigeria, and I'm also deputy coordinator for the Youth Chambers of Commerce in Nigeria. So I'm going to talk about just 3 things, and I know we're running out of time. Working with the UNDP after program has given us visibility and networking. Being part of the program has opened doors for us that wouldn't normally, or put us in rooms that we wouldn't normally be able to work into. And we've met different people, policymakers, trade experts that are helping us with different things, especially things like capacity building, how to brand our products better, sharpening our knowledges about the rules, making our business export ready. And I'm not talking about myself, just like Adebisi spoke about. It's also a lot of other youths and people who are here with us here. We went to Namibia, I was part of the Namibia delegation, and yes, I'm here now in Algeria, and they're helping us close deals. They're helping us talk to buyers, investors. It's just been one positive note after the other. And one of the things we lack is more like, we are not able to, we can't export, we don't know all we need to export, but when you partner with an organization like UNDP, they're training you, they're letting you know what you need to have, and that builds your confidence. That is one thing entrepreneurs don't necessarily have in Africa, because we see a lot of other people in other African countries, we see them do it, but we don't know how to do it. So coming into the after program, all the trainings they've given us has helped us build our confidence. We're here, we're not just talking to buyers, most of us are closing deals, we're signing different deals with people in different countries. Coming out here to North Africa, what I've also taken is even the data we're able to build, understanding what different markets need. People we meet here from different countries telling us this is what we need, this is what we need. So when we're coming out to these countries, or when we want to partner with people, we're partnering with them and giving them actually what they want. So this is me saying thank you to UNDP for not just building us as entrepreneurs, but building us women, because when you build us, there's so many young people who are looking at us, who are mentoring, who are looking at what we are doing, how we're going, and what we've achieved to be able to achieve those things for themselves. So through the impact in our lives, we're inadvertently affecting so many young people in Nigeria and other parts of Africa. So thank you to UNDP for all that you do for women in trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omaka and Adebisi. I'd like to hand over to my colleagues. You've heard from the horses. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the team from UNDP Nigeria and Ghana and the SMEs having shared their experience with us. So given that we are out of time, so we won't make the session too long. Yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, we'll take a picture, but first of all, we'll call back our regional trade advisor of UNDP, who's going to close the session.
Thanks. I think we have We have given a few more minutes, apparently. But I think it's for us and for me, it's good that you listen directly to our colleagues from the country offices, but also the businesses. It's true, I didn't hear any challenge from anyone, but we still know there are still challenges. So maybe we can open, if you allow me, Madam Chair, for some Q&A. But I think one thing that is very important, and maybe Colette didn't insist on a lot, is our work is really we leverage on partnership, which whether at the country level, at the regional level. So partnership is quite important to us. That's why I think we're also looking into how we can leverage partnership with AfriTrade, for instance. We are working with Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PASI, WinCat is there, and so and so. And in some programs, we also leverage on the partnership with the AFCFTA, Secretariat, Afrexim Bank, and so on, so on. So maybe we can open now for some Q&A, unless everything is clear. Over, thank you. We also have some other UN country offices in the room. If they want to share one or two, I think let me.
Thank you very much. My name is Agnes Mbabazi. I come from Uganda, and I'm in agriculture space. My question is, I've heard so much about West Africa and the other parts of the world. I'm just wondering, do you have this kind of arrangements in Uganda? And if they are there, how do you connect us to be able to establish some partnerships with them? Thank you so much.
Should I go? Hello? I think mine is more or less. So this is Richard Singuzi from UNDP Sierra Leone. We didn't get a chance to share our experience, but we also have a growth accelerator program where we are supporting exclusively women-led businesses. My point is, I saw most of the things that are done in Ghana and Nigeria are almost the same. So I think we also need, my comment is, we need to really have some cross-learning, even as UNDP. The same growth accelerator program we have in Sierra Leone almost is the same that my colleague in Ghana has, my colleague in Nigeria. So how are we learning from each other? And like you rightly say, there are challenges, but how do we manage these challenges? I also wanted to take 1 minute to ask one of the SMEs from Sierra Leone to give her experience before I pass on the mic to another person. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dalanda from Sierra Leone. So I've been supported by UNDP with capacity training and then with financial assistance. I'm the first SME in Sierra Leone to have a factory supported by UNDP. And also coming to this exhibition, what I've also learned, people don't know about Sierra Leone and they don't know that we do cosmetics. So with UNDP supporting Share More, it's not only for me representing now, but other businesses coming from Sierra Leone. So the support extends to all of us in the country. Thank you so very much to UNDP. We have access to market, wider market, visibility. We are trying to dominate our local market before we move into the sub-regions and Africa as a whole. We have challenge, and that is logistics, how we can get our market across borders. We are in Rwanda last year, and I got some deals, but I cannot complete them because of logistics. Even recently to yesterday, I met a few of my customers from Rwanda, and they're asking how can we get the product to Tanzania. But logistics is a big challenge. So for now, we are going to focus on dominating our local market because we have high importation of substandard cosmetics. Thank you so very much, UNDP.
Thank you. And this is a discussion. AfriWit can also respond to logistic solutions. If anyone has a logistic solution, please, you can come in. I'm sure you have AI logistic solution for us. maybe maybe that was the first 3 one. So for Uganda, what I will say is we do not have our Uganda colleague here at the fair, but we will also connect you for them to share with you what they are doing. But usually it's similar across countries. But my brother, we will take it and discuss. Indeed, we need to see how we all come together and optimize. I think this is also an opportunity here in Algeria already, something we started. So I think for Uganda, we will yes. So let's take other round, unless you want to also respond to the logic solution before we move here. And let's make it more discussions now. And if anyone has any intervention, we still have 15 minutes for this session. 10 minutes, and then, yeah.
You're in the right place, the logistic. She's here, she's coming just after this. She's gonna talk about logistic and how you can solve all that, the whole process with I think you can see there, the people who are hosting this, Afrexim Bank, all the way to the buyer. So keep staying here and we'll give you all those solutions. They are there. That's why we brought them here. Over to you.
3 rounds of comments. My sister, we were in the same panel yesterday. She raised her hand first. Huh? It's not because then you and then my brother.
I'll be quick. I'll be very quick. No, I just wanted to compliment. To compliment both the UN and, of course, AWIT for the fantastic work that you're doing here. I work with we've got a technology and investment firm in the UK, and I work very close with the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I wanted to emphasize to everybody, especially the women, who are in the room, that we've got the Women and Youth Protocol as well to support you in your ambitions that you want to look at. And then, of course, on the digital side, we've got quite a few solutions as well to support you in your growth. And then, of course, the big one that we heard about is the access to capital. So we've got a 10 million women fund that we will be introducing to support African women, especially, who are seeking capital to grow their business. So again, here really to support, happy to hear more and more from women who are looking for capital and finance, and we're able to help. And of course, we have the AI solutions as well, as you said. So very, very excited. And so yeah, congratulations for a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. The challenge also I've seen in a lot of plenaries, we didn't have really interactions. So it's always good to have those small group discussions. We will have Q&A at the end, so we can take everyone. Let's take the last 2, as she has been waiting for. Okay. So let's take the 3, you, my brother, and Kenya. Then we will come back.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My name is Grace Titi Fredson. I'm the president of Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Society. We're a national APES, and we have primary societies affiliated with us. So early this year, we produced as dry season for Niger Food. If you check on the Niger Food website, our organization produced for Niger Food across the 25 LGAs. We did the paddy rice over 540. And we had issues with TEF and so many things aggregating, because the contract was for us to cultivate and aggregate to their warehouse. So it wasn't, yes, we did, but we lost, they gained. So we decided as a cooperative society this time, rather than do ad-grower scheme, we want to do in-grower scheme, something a bit different. So we acquired land from some of the MIs. So we have a 5,000 hectare here and there to do segregated cultivation. It's a bit new in Nigeria, where women-led will all be in one location. So you're talking about cluster farming, but this farm more than cluster farming. We're talking about thousands of hectares. So we're discussing now closing our deals, even with Dangote for their Jigawa milling, for us to produce for them. And we would like to know if UNDP and any other development partner would like to work with us, because it means high technical put things together. So that's, I would really like to know how we can work together to make this Bespoke a success. Thank you.
Good day. I want to thank African Women in Trade and the UNDP for putting this together. What I would like to bring here is about the non-tariff measures, because we know even before the introduction of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the major problem that actually existed was not the tariffs, but mostly the non-tariff measures. So, and hearing from some of us here, the lady that went to Rwanda to learn about, concluded some deals, and then it was not easy to put into practice. And the one from Seychelles and the Mauritius going to South Africa. I'd like to know, up to this stage, how do you actually manage those challenges coming from non-tariff measures? And is it possible for UNDP to be in contact with the AFTA secretariat and see if there are ways to do some facilitation for especially the young entrepreneurs who are entering into other markets? Because for the big entrepreneurs, sometimes they have a way to go around it. Because personally, I grew up also in ECOWAS region where we have free trade area, but I know moving goods from one country to another was not as easy as it is on the paper. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Sarah. I run a leather business in Kenya. I don't know if most of you know, but we are one of the biggest exporters of leather in Kenya. But now we're trying to get more into finished goods and exposing what we can do in Africa. But one of the things I feel is representation, because most of the companies that are standing, it's all about Nigeria, different Nigerian companies supporting Nigeria. And I feel like as an East African, I haven't felt much of representation. And the other thing, so maybe next time when you're organizing, we can have a bit, because in terms of different companies that support women and businesses, you can feel it's mostly from the Western Africa part. And the other thing I'd love to talk about is if we, or you guys, working with us, can have a platform where we can sell around Africa, because from what she said, the women she supports, from what she said, and a country like Kenya is a very big consumer of shea butter, and most shea butter comes from either West Africa or Uganda. So if we can have a platform where we can buy African things from Africa, you know, and yeah, because there's one of the biggest platform for handmade products is called Etsy. Etsy is run, I think, from Europe. And I think what Etsy has done is it's actually decided to lock out the African businesses. So what I'd request is, I mean, we don't need to depend on an American company or a European company to sell our products. So please, 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 if you guys can, this is a forum for African businesses. And one of the things we'd love to do as African businesses is have a platform to work together. Whether I want to buy shea butter from Sierra Leone, there's Sierra Leone. Where I want to buy cosmetics from Nigeria, it's there. So I think that's what I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 30. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Can she get the 30 seconds, please?
Thank you, Komi. It's good to see you again, and of course, everybody else. So my name is Dr. Oloriboye Ajayi, Managing Partner at Borderless Trade and Investments. And to your comment, actually, I wasn't going to say anything, but I think one of the things that I've found that has made a shift for women entrepreneurs in Africa is Afro-Exim Bank as an institution. The Africa Trade Gateway actually does what you've just asked, which is buying and selling. It doesn't have to just be with women. And I say that because the continent is massive. The enormousness of our continent means let's try and have aggregated efforts. The moment we start having all these little things here and there, then it's not inclusive enough to ensure that you actually get the benefits of trading amongst ourselves, right? So I would strongly suggest the pavilion for Afro-Exim Bank is in the big annexes. Go there. Tell them, I want to sign up for ATG, the whole thing. Are you on Mansa? Are you on Mansa? You are? No, she's not. Right. Well, you said logistics. So in my mind, I'm like, well, let's mention ATG because in case, it's not there. I do some work for the bank, so that's why I'm also speaking on their behalf. All right. Thank you, Komi.
Thanks very much. Look, what I like in the session is it's not everything on the paper we can exchange, share. So, look, thanks very much. And how many of us has been at the Afro-Exim Bank as business? Can you raise your hand? Afro-Exim Bank stand? Well, not much, huh? Not much. Please, I don't know next time you're going to Egypt to meet Afro-Exim Bank people. But please, I think a lot of partners are here. So when you are here, please reach out. Reach out, reach out. Everything cannot be organized. So please reach out, reach out, reach out. That's quite important. We still have two days to go. So we're going to close, but what I want to say, I don't know if any of my colleagues want to respond quickly to any of the questions raised. I just want to also emphasize that, no, it's not like Nigeria is dominating here. Maybe in the sample, because the program, for example, in Nigeria started earlier as far as UNDP is concerned. Ghana also started. Mauritius started at a point. So we have Mauritius, Seychelles. They are here as well. You are from Kenya, you are here. So Nigeria is not dominating. The program started, but we just want to show you what's happening in Nigeria, Mauritius, Ghana is also happening in other countries. So do you want any of the colleagues want to respond to any issue?
I think the woman from the National Association, we can take it bilaterally.
Okay. So thank you very much. So we can, I think the discussion will continue. But thanks for all the points. Next time we're going to make sure we are well represented. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for this wonderful panel. What a nice session, an interactive session. That's what it's all about. It's not about us talking to you because the answers are literally in the room. What she said, she gave you a solution. So, yes. So we are so grateful. And we'll just take a picture before. Yes, please. I think it's good to take a picture now before you leave. May I ask if you can ask you to join the team? Thank you. And then we don't go because we still have ATG coming to speak to you. We have ACFTA coming to talk to you. So we have a lot in store for you. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, thank you. Put your hands together for them. What a good session. And as I said, thank you, dear. Is this yours, please? That's all right. That's all right. Yes, thank you. So you can see the questions that I talked about that buyers are experiencing between the buyers and sellers are actually being answered. The answers are in the room. So I hope you're looking for where the how for you, for your SME. You're looking at the people who have the answers, the people you need to follow after this so that you can actually be able to implement exactly what you're looking for. So thank you very much. And we are now going to have the AFCFTA coming to talk to us. All right, sorry. A little slight change, sorry, dear. We are going to go to a different session. I've been corrected, I stand corrected. We will have a session where we will have the Africa Trade Gateway from Afreximbank come and talk to us. We'll have a little fireside chat. And I'd like to invite on stage Joy Zenz from Africa Women in Trade, AfriTrade, the CEO, on stage, and also introduce Anne-Rose Ngemu, representing Afreximbank. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. I love that all the question came in just the right time, so she can answer all of them. And we made them very easy. As you can see, we are not formal, informal like we are women. We have to say, to approach women, we have to stay in the informal sector. So I briefed all of them to break it down, especially the bank people. It can be complicated, but they're here. So today, I'm very happy because I brought the right person here. I've been talking to her since the last Intra-African Trade Fair, which was my first one ever in Cairo. And when I went to the stand, I was just walking around. I only know pubs. I'm seeing all these names, Mansa, I don't know what. No, the men are not talking to us women, so we disappear. We come back again. We figure it out. Who are these people? I need to know, because my women need to know what do they offer. And I met her. She broke it down for me. I was like, what? This is what we want. Why are we not being told? So she has done a beautiful job for the last year until now. We ended up being here on the stage. I told her, you're going to tell us in your own platform that you host, break it down for the women who are here. It's open for everyone to come and understand, as a woman, as a trader, what does this mean to you? What is Afreximbank? First of all, when you hear bank, it's big for us women. But does it give you money? No, this is not a commercial bank. So she'll break it down for us. And she has been really powerful in that area. So I'll let her introduce herself, break it down for the women. What is Afreximbank, as it goes to the question later?
So first, thank you very much for having me on stage, and thank you for the compliment. My name is Anne-Rose Ngemu. I sit in Cairo within Afreximbank in global trade. And within global trade, we look after trade finance. So the cluster looks after trade finance, capital markets, what we call syndication, and then we have digital business, which is where I sit. And my role within the bank is to look after the Africa Trade Gateway that I'm going to break down today. Just to quickly summarize what the bank is and what we do, like Joy said, we are a DFI, we are not a commercial bank. And because we are a DFI, we work with all our member states. So we operate in all the, I think, 53 out of the 55 African countries. And we are in 12 countries out of the 15 countries in the Caribbean. So our model is, because we are owned by the member states, our mandate is to promote and finance, trade, and trade enabling infrastructure. So we do that through different trade actors in each of our member states, of course, the banks, trade associations, and really anyone within the trade ecosystem. So that's what we do. We have so many programs, initiatives that we run in the bank. And so today I will specifically focus on that which I run. And of course, like the previous speaker said, if you really want to understand the bank very well, please make sure you visit our pavilion, because all the technical teams are in the pavilion, and you will be able to get all the answers, from trade facilitation to the trade finance to the strategic initiatives to our subsidiaries. So you'll be able to get all the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. As you have said, trade finance. We are here because of trade. So my question, asking you very, very simply, is SMEs, which are here, most of them are small, but I guess if you're here, you are not small, you're trading. How can ATG make it easier for, let's start from Kenya, since we started from Kenya, to export to Ghana without fearing, we start from there, fearing of being scammed? Let's start from there.
Okay, so first let me quickly break down what the ATG is, because once you understand what it is, then you'll be able to see why you shouldn't actually be scared to take advantage of the single market that has been created by the SCFTA, because the SCFTA has done its work, I must say, of ensuring that we have a single market that is large enough, and now the work is on us to really take advantage of that single market. But like you put it, trade is really around, it's about trust. So if I don't trust Joy, I will not even sit in our panel to just even speak to the women that she works with. So there's a trust bit. Then once you establish the trust, you need to find out the opportunities that exist in a specific market, understand what rules you need to comply with when you get to that market, and then once you've understood the rules, first you've understood there's an opportunity, you understand there's the rules that you need to comply with. The next question becomes, like we all know, to travel across these African countries, sometimes you need visa, you need to go to Europe and come back to Africa. You need to be practical, you need to have alternative ways of being able to connect to these markets, because once you discover there's demand, say in Nigeria for your Kenyan product, you may not even be able to get a visa to go to Nigeria, but you should be able to sell in the Nigerian market. So that's the other thing. Then once you've done all that, you need to be able to move, to find a way of moving the goods. You need to be able to deal with the non-tariff barriers, like one of the speakers mentioned. You need to be able to get paid. And in some cases where you have excess demand, you need to find a partner that finances so that you can be able to supply the demand. So with all those things in mind, what we did is to look at beyond the work that we do, which is providing, which is our core anyway in trade finance in terms of financing, how can we leverage digital technologies to build an ecosystem or an infrastructure that practically enables businesses to take advantage of the single market. And so with that question in mind, we looked at the barriers that I just mentioned. So we started with trust and realized that if we can facilitate businesses to, they themselves provide their own credentials about their businesses and get what we call a digital identity identifier, we call it an African entity identifier, then any other business that they deal with would be able to trust them, because in the middle, we are seated as a Afrexim Bank providing that infrastructure. So the way we address that is through an initiative we call the Mansa Digital Business Initiative that basically we collect KYC and due diligence information about businesses, put it in the repository and make it available, of course on consent, to other counterparties that may want to trade with a particular business. So the first step, like we said, trust, you need to ensure that your information is captured in Mansa and you have an AEI code. Now, once you get that AEI code, the next thing is, like I mentioned, you need to be able to quickly find out where opportunities exist for your product or for whatever you're looking at. And so what then we came up with is a solution that enables businesses to very quickly be able to get into a tool that provides them with opportunities by simply keying in the product that they sell. So if you sell shea butter, then you can be able to see which countries need shea butter, what are the volumes that they need, what are the regulations you need to meet, and we are working with the SCFTA to put in the rules of origin. So you have all the information that you need. Then after you've gathered that information, or assuming that you have that information, then the next question is, how do I then make the sale? How do I start now connecting with these businesses to sell? Because they are verified like me, and there's demand in this market. So we brought in what we call an trade exchange, which is purely a B2B, business to business and business to government e-commerce marketplace. So there you get set up as a buyer or seller. If you're a seller, you upload your catalog of goods, and we begin connecting you with verified businesses across the continent. So if you can be able to meet the demand, if you can be able to meet the quality that they need, then you have the market. You don't have to really, unless you want to go and visit a particular country, you don't really need to travel in that particular country. You can sell. So we put that in place. Then once we completed the parts that the businesses themselves need about trust, information, and the platform for them to do the actual introduction in terms of the quantities they need and establishing a trade contract. We then reached out to the banks to be part of the entire movement in terms of participating in that exercise. Why? Because the next thing that you as a business will want to know is, how will I get paid? And if I don't have capital, how I'll be financed. So we brought in banks that we work with in our trade finance programs to come on board and be able to support their clients at initial stages, so that when a client finds demand and they connect with a particular counterparty who is verified, then they can go back to their bank, get a letter of credit if the supplier wants a letter of credit, and we confirm and discount. So we remove that barrier. In cases where we have successfully implemented the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is a game changer in terms of smaller businesses that want to trade cross-border and they may not have the inflows of hard currency, then we now enable the banks themselves to provide you with a payment solution that does not need the hard currencies. So if you're trading in Kenya today and you want to sell in Nigeria, you can use PAPS to have your Kenya shillings, receive your payment in Kenya shillings, and your counterparty in Nigeria uses their naira to pay you. If you're in Egypt, you're in Algeria. Algeria has just joined the PAPS movement. So once we get the central banks on board and commercial banks within our country, then we now begin enabling businesses to instantly get to match each other, get a contract signed, and receive payments in local currency. So we sorted out the problem for payments. Then the last piece that we are working on is to look at how can we bring in the logistics piece. So the way we've started is very basic, by just looking at logistics providers across Africa who can be part of the ecosystem. We verify them, we take their KYC, make sure they are verified, and you as a buyer on the trade exchange, you can now connect with them directly because we have verified them. So at a basic level, we provided a solution for logistics, but the longer term play is to ensure that we have a digital, almost like Uber, where you can follow your goods once a logistics partner has picked them. So that's a longer term play, but at least there's a workaround at the moment. So that entire ecosystem connected is what we call the Africa Trade Gateway. The solutions that I mentioned are like the first steps. And so as we come across more challenges, the idea is to look at how we can create technology solutions that we can knit together in the Africa Trade Gateway to enable businesses be able to take advantage of the single market that has been created by the SCFTA.
Wow, that's really, I hope you followed the step. Can I do the babysitting one again? You have the Mansa. Yeah, give a big clap, that's true. That's a big one. This is divided into two, as she said. So there is the Mansa. I hope you saw the Mansa is maybe the second one here. I can see from there. And then the ATEX, okay? And then the ATG. Then the best part about, I hope we have buyers here, and she will tell you more of the other side, how they can be, because we have two people here. And we have the sellers and we have the buyers, and I'm one of the buyers. And my challenge is that and we just talked today, we need volumes. Trade is volumes. Container, 20-foot containers, every blah, blah. And my SME cannot. How do you come in to make sure that I receive as a buyer what I need through the ATG?
So that's a very good question. So what, like I mentioned, the bank has a lot of programs. So we also have what we call aggregation. So we have a different initiative that is running that. But from an ATG perspective, the way we are, because remember these challenges is a question of, do you wait for all the challenges to be resolved so that you start taking advantage of the single market, or do you start with what you have and keep building as you move along? And for me, I mean, speaking from a personal experience with the bank, I think what we've done is to run with as many rails as we can to ensure that businesses take advantage of the single markets, and they become the implementers of the SCFTA. They become players in that, you know, in implementing the SCFTA. So to your question, on the ATG side, what we've done is to also encourage businesses to start aggregating within themselves and have clusters of a big enough supplier or buyer within ATEX who can then play on behalf of the rest of the businesses. And because we are saying you now have PAPs and we are using technology, it's easy to knit each and every nodes of that interaction so that as you aggregate and you supply to demand in a different country, the beauty with technology is you can actually get the money reaching the beneficiaries, even when you aggregate. So those are some of the good use cases that I would say that we are really happy to look at how we can resolve for businesses across the continent.
Yeah, so what I hear here is that if I'm asking you containers, yeah, and you're stuck, you need to talk to the to ATG program. There is a package where they help you also financially to meet my expectations. So I am also going there as a buyer. I'm also part of that ATG. I go there, tell the ATG, this is my situation. These women cannot give me this much. How can you help me? So they have a lot of financial support as well. So that's where maybe you could chip in, because money is also an issue here to make sure they scale up.
Okay, so let me set the expectations right. Like I mentioned, we work through financial institutions in all the member states. We have very many programs. We even have an SME development program that we work with banks to reach the SMEs. So the way, once you're on the ATG, the way we approach financing is not a direct commercial arrangement between the players on the ATG and Afrexim Bank. We will still have the commercial banks as partners within the ATG, and I will show the numbers of the commercial banks that are already participating. So the way we do it is we've reached out to all the banks. I think in all the banks that we work with, we've reached out to them, we are engaging them. And the idea is to ensure that once they're within the ATG, we can work with them to structure financing that flows through them to support the trades that are happening on the ATG. So specifically what we are doing right now is we have what we call an Africa Trade Facilitation Program, where we give banks, we work with banks, extend a line of credit to the banks, and once a buyer, say in Kenya, has found a supplier, say in Singapore, and the Singaporean needs a confirmed LC, the buyer then will go to their Kenyan bank. They will be assessed by their Kenyan bank. The LC will be issued. Then we will come in to do the confirmation. Because the other challenge also with African financial institutions is the global perception of risk, where their own instruments are not accepted globally. And so we come in to ensure that whether you're banking with a very small bank or the largest bank in a country, you don't really have to worry about that as long as you're part of our Africa Trade Facilitation Program, because then we will be able to confirm an LC for your client that has been issued by a bank which is part of our network. Like I mentioned, PAPS is a big thing for us, and it's something that we are deliberately really pushing for businesses, because I think there's one speaker who mentioned that we tend to focus so much on markets outside Africa, but the market here is very big. So that's why we are really saying that if we can get PAPS working for as many businesses as possible across the continent, then we can now then start looking at how do we go beyond the continent and structures financing that fit the kind of businesses that will be transacting or trading on the trade gateway.
Wow, thank you. So my questions are done. I want to go down here, the ones who asked the question and the ones who want to ask question. I want to go to the ones who asked the question of logistics, and the other one about the Kenyan. You had also issue with the solution. Have we answered your question for logistics, or do you want more clarification?
More clarification, please.
Could you ask? I don't know whether you had her question before. Were you here?
Yes, I was here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us know your challenge.
So for me, my challenge is how I can get my product, even if it's not 20-feet container, less than that, how I can get it across to other countries within the continent.
Okay, so let me repeat what I said. So what I said within the gateway is we are bringing in logistics providers in the continent. So once you're on, and it's a chain, because for you to access that logistics partner, you need to have started engaging a counterparty on ATEX, who then, say you meet a Kenyan buyer who is buying your goods from Sierra Leone, and you agree that, say you'll be paid in Kenya shillings, they are happy to pay in Kenya shillings, and you're happy to receive your payment in local currency. They will use PAPS to make the payment. Then the next question will be, how do I get my product? So what we've done is to put in verified logistics partners that you can then connect with it in the ecosystem and get them to move your goods from your country to the customer in Kenya, irrespective of the size. And that's why I said for logistics, we've started with a very basic way of solving the problem, because it's indeed a big problem. Yeah.
Okay, I hear we are growing, we're getting there, and it's possible. Yeah. So the Kenyan, you had a question in regards to Afreximbank. Were you answered?
Thank you so much. I think this was extremely informative, and I think as per now, I'm very satisfied with what I've gotten to learn.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamal Deep. I run a business by the name of Malaika Gifts. I've actually registered for Mensa, and I wanted to find out, I did not get any AIE code. Does it come straight away after you register, after they do due diligence?
So for you to get the AEI code, because it's the highest level of compliance. So again, with compliance, we also can put all the businesses on the same level, because it's about the amount of information that is collected. So we have what we call tiers. So we do a tiering system. And once you get to the top tier of information, you've supplied all the information that Mansa needs, then now you're issued with an African entity identifier. So there are a lot of classes of information that you need to provide, and they need to verify that information. So we have a specific, within the pavilion, we have, maybe before I say that, let me just come down to one point that I think I should bring to the attention of the audience. These tools that I've mentioned, they're digital tools. Below each of the digital tools, the bank has put in technical expertise, because it's not just about technology. It's not just about you putting your goods on ATEX and you are on a platform. No. The platform is just an enabler. So below each of ATEX, compliance, MANSA, the trade intelligence, everything that I've mentioned, there are technical people in the bank who look after those solutions. So within the stand, we have the people who do the trade intelligence. We have the MANSA people there, so you can actually go there and they will real-time check what your account problem is. And we also have the ATG stand there. So you can get all that sorted actually before you leave. And if you don't get it sorted, I can always sort it out for you when I go back. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Grace, also from Kenya. I'm a manufacturer of leather and textile products, distributing mainly to retail market. I'm curious about the part of working with banks in terms of us accessing financing. I've attempted to access like 3 banks from Kenya, following an engagement with an agency called E4Impact. They have partnered with yourselves to accelerate women organizations to access the banking opportunities. But banks will hardly share this information. I attempted to ask about it, and I noticed that it's not in their radar. It's not something available for us, easily accessible through banks, because their priority is their own funds. So would you consider another channel or have a way that this communication is easily accessible? Because if I am going there with a letter from AfriBank and I'm told that we don't know about this partnership by the banking manager whom I'm supposed to be accessing the LPO financing or supporting me with my LC. So I think it is very important to explore how this communication is coming out and how actual implementation by the banks, because of their priorities being conflicting with your priority.
Yes, so speaking to that, like I mentioned, remember that when we work with banks and you bank with a bank, they will still have to do their process in terms of looking at your account, history and all that before they can make a decision. But coming to your point, the reason digital is so important is because part of the reasons banks shy away from SMEs is because they don't have they don't have the data. So the reason this gateway is so important for Africa is because we are actually starting to do something that has never been done for the continent, getting to show the banks that this segment that you're ignoring is actually a very good segment, because they only know what they know from what you go and show them in the bank account. But imagine a scenario, because the banks are part of the Africa Trade Gateway, and that's what we are also telling them. Imagine a scenario where your bank, from the time you start speaking to a supplier, say in Nigeria, they can actually see that transaction and they can verify that your supplier in Nigeria is real. They will, of course, be interested because they exist to finance. But when you go there and show them maybe an order that you're making, they are trying to figure out, is this real, is it fake? So we also need, as Africans, to start looking at first our compliance. That's why MANSA is very important, so that when we say we should be trusted, there should be a central piece of repository that counterparties can verify that what we are saying we are is who we are. And then, of course, we need to, because we are in trade, we are trading, we need to be comfortable with showing the banks the trade that we are doing, so that then they can also be able to get comfortable with the level of risk they are taking. So for me, that's the way I would look at it. Just very quickly, before Joy comes with another question, I wanted you to just appreciate the full ecosystem from a business perspective, because what I took you through is the technology. And the technology is not the one that is doing trade. The community of participants in the gateway is where the trade happens. So when we bring in businesses from all the African countries into the gateway, then we are beginning to show different businesses the opportunities that exist. We are beginning to create almost an intra-African trade fair virtually. So you can begin reaching out, getting to understand the ecosystem, getting to understand who can I trade with. You get to verify them. You also get to start understanding how you can package yourself so that the banks can look at you. And the banks also, like I mentioned, starts looking at you. They are implementing PAPs as banks. But quite honestly, PAPs will not move unless you're inside there, because you're the ones generating the transactions. So you need to be able to trade with a Nigerian company, with an Egyptian company, so that then PAPs can take off. Otherwise, then we'll keep saying PAPs is a story, but it's because you, the businesses, are not trading amongst each other, so there are no transactions to flow through PAPs, which is why the trade gateway is quite an important piece for actually PAPs to bring in the benefits that it's meant to bring for the continent. In terms of numbers, we have covered 35 countries. We have over 90 commercial banks that are part of the trade gateway, meaning that internally the managements of the banks have approved that they want to roll out the Africa Trade Gateway to their customers. We have over 35,000 businesses that are now in the MANSA repository, verified, and it's growing very fast. And in terms of active buyers and sellers on ETEX, remember these are active and very carefully selected businesses who are supplying and buying amongst each other. We have 9,000, and then we have over 3.5 billion US dollars billion of requests for proposals in terms of a buyer and seller connecting and beginning the discussion that has been generated. So we know that it will take off, and for us is we are here to, as the ATG team, to say that this is not just a platform, it's the community, and the community is you and me, it's the institutions in the continent, to make the ATG work and make the SEFTA work, because we need to make it work for ourselves. Thank you.
Wow. Yes, wow. Thank you. A big hand clap. That was really broken down to you. That's a scanner band where you can start from. And that's why organizations like Africa Women in Trade, we're here to actually make you run faster with it, because they are starting now, getting now, register, work with them, walk the talk. They have restructured and structured until they got you where they are, to make sure that they reach you, which is so important. And I also want to thank also you for coming, because it's so important that you're coming here to explain this over and over again. I can't imagine how many times you have to explain that. And it's so important also for you. The numbers are not the thing for me. It's the impact that I bring. If one or two of you come back to me and tell me they made it, they actually made it, and I'm one of them. PAPS, our organization run with EcoBank, we chose it purposely because we have to do transaction with different countries. So when you're big, your membership from Ghana to Kenya, it's registered in Kenya. We use the Kenyan one. But I can do business with anyone. I don't have to use euro. I don't have to use US dollar. I can use Kenya shillings direct. And they have been walking the talk with us. There's ECO, but there's so many. Just check which country you are, because it's easier to do business. It's working. And I'm in Germany, and you're here. Why is it not working? It's this internet you need, and it will work for you. So please, give us the feedback, because it's also good for her to know whether is it working. And when you got stuck, like the way you say, Mansa, you didn't get the number, we need to know. Maybe in the system, we've had their tools. Tools can also have their own issues. Let's see how we can do it. I can see you want to ask a question?
Been experiencing, I think probably everyone who's in Algeria is experiencing. So Algerian dinar and Kenyan dinar is literally Kenyan shillings is literally 1:1, right? Even when I was booking my hotel, if I was paying, let's say 100,000 dinar, it charged my credit card 100,000 shillings. But then now the problem comes because of the whole dollar thing. It brings a lot of complications because our dollar and their dollar is completely different, because when you're playing at the level of the dollar, it almost doubles it up. So I think whatever you're introducing is amazing, and I wanted to say, thank you for trying to solve that problem.
And it's instant. I don't think it takes long. When I did conversation between two countries, it was instant payment on the tools. So this work is quite helpful. So thank you so much. Unless there's something else we're banning, I want them to go to the stand. That's where the whole information is. Because if you don't go there, you never know. And if your woman insists to talk to those good-looking gentlemen standing there with suits, don't be scared with the suits. Insist. That's what we did. We insist to talk. But I think there's a question here we forgot from a gentleman. We have gentlemen here. Please don't feel shy. Don't feel shy. Is everyone included?
Thank you. I have been able to defeat the shyness that you talk about, so now I can ask questions. My question is on the PAPS side. I'm a diaspora Nigerian based in Switzerland. And when we come here, we do visit a lot of stands where we buy a few things, especially in textile, cosmetics. And sometimes you would like to order more, for example. And last time I was speaking with Ellis from the Department of PAPS about development of another instrument that can help the diaspora bring in money for investment or even buy African products without passing through the traditional money transfer operators that we know, where most of the commission goes to companies that are not based in Africa. We were thinking about having also a Pan-African money transfer operator through which we could order for products from Africa that can come to us in the diaspora. Then the commissions and everything will remain within Africa. So I don't know if there's any development in that area for now. Thank you.
Yes, I think the way I'll answer it is that we started off with, on PAPS, we started with what we call instant payment. So instant payment meaning you have to go through your commercial bank, my commercial bank, for us to be able to deal. Then there's a second product that they've introduced again because of seeing the challenges, like you're saying, that we do so much work in the continent, but the money doesn't benefit us. So the second product that they started is what we are calling the PAPS Currency Marketplace, which is a good, very good product for large corporates like airlines that operate in several African countries. So if you take Kenya Airways, for instance, they fly in multiple African countries. They do their ticket sales in local currencies in those countries. And at some point, their collections in those countries are stuck. So there are piles and piles of currency outside of Kenya. So that second product is allowing corporates that trade cross-border to be able to swap currencies. So you have a Kenya Airways that has collected, say, Nigerian Naira, then you have a Dangote that has sold in Kenya, and they have the Kenya shillings facilitating the swap, because Dangote needs the Naira in Nigeria, and Kenya Airways needs the Kenya shillings in Kenya for their operational cost. So that was the second product that they've done, and it's been rolled out. It's doing very well, and it's very important for trade, because businesses that also trade on the trade gateway can then also be able to leverage that to swap their own currencies with currencies that are easily convertible to the dollar or to the euro if they need to get FX for importation of anything that they need within their business. So it also supports businesses. And then the last one that they've just rolled out is a PAPS card. So if you look at your card today that you're carrying, when you swipe it in Algeria, the switching goes out of the continent and back to the continent. If you're carrying a Kenyan card, swipe in Algeria, if as the switching of the transaction goes to Visa or MasterCard, that is out of the continent, comes back to the continent, and then you have your Kenya shillings or Algerian lira. So Algerian dollar. So what that PAPS card will do is, if you are within the continent and you are carrying the PAPS card, the switching happens within the continent, which means that a lot of that extra cost that was going out is not going to go out. And also, if the exchange fees that essentially benefits players out of the continent can benefit the continent. And so coming to your question is to say that PAPS is a payment rail that is enabling all the different use cases to be implemented. So it's a challenge that I strongly believe that the PAPS team would be able to speak in it in detail in terms of where they are. But I know there are a number of products that at the moment they are on the pipeline that will be rolled out. So just seeing the pace at which they've released relevant products in the market, I'm almost certain that they will be able to provide better context on what that particular challenge you've mentioned. And they're also on the stand. So for those who want to visit the Afreximbank stand and understand more on any of the solutions that I mentioned around the trade gateway, once you get to the Afreximbank pavilion, you go to the booth that is written Strategic Initiatives. So you'll find PAPS, MANSA, trade information, and the whole information about the ATG in that particular booth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy that you asked that question. The next time we have to ask her to take to PAPS, we have mobile transfer. We pay through mobile, these women. we need mobile. I know last time I talked to PAPS, I told them my women do mobile payments.
Yeah, let me speak on that quickly. I know KCB, if you're banking with KCB, they've actually put PAPS on all their delivery channels. So you can use PAPS on the internet, in the branch, and on their mobile banking. And I know there are a number of banks in Ghana that have also done that. So again, if you need to know which banks in Africa have done that, you will find all that information with the PAPS team in the booth.
It looks like there's development. So every year we come, every 2 years, we'll not even be here to listen more. We want to hear feedback. Thank you so much for being here. And
yeah, so I wanted to say next time, what I want to actually do is to sit in the congregation and listen to testimonials from businesses.
Thank you.
That have been on the ATG. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your time. I know you're a busy lady. She's one of the most important leading the whole stage there, and she's Kenyan, by the way. The one who was saying Nigerians only. Thank you so much. So a big applause. And thank you so much. I'll hand over because now we have very important people, the AFCFTA. Can you start practicing? AFCFTA. Don't say go after, look after, I don't know. No, the whole thing. A. No, after me. A. F. C. F. T. A. AFCFTA. Good. Now.
Wow, what a wonderful session. You know, we're here for knowledge, for understanding, and then the wisdom to apply it. Isn't that it? We are here to know the how, and I hope you're seeing the how so far. All right? So my name is Milka Moigai again. I'm one of the moderators from AfriTrade, and we are so glad to host you today. So we now are talking about intra-Africa trade. So we've been talking about this organization, AFCFTA. Excuse me, it's quite a mouthful. Excuse me, my voice is gone. All right, it's coming back. There we are. All right, then. So we're talking about how we can trade within the continent. So we are so honored to have a representation from the AFCFTA Secretariat Office, and I'm going to invite Florence, who will tell us how. How is this thing working for us? So welcome on board, Florence. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello? Hi, everybody. So my name is Florence Mulenga Senyangwe. I'm representing the AFCFTA Secretariat, and I just want to thank the people that have gone before me. I think they've done justice to what the needs of the women are. UNDP, Afrexim Bank, and all the associations that have been here. Representing the women and the youth and just what Africa wants to achieve. So I won't bore too much of the background information. I'll just go to the nitty-gritties of, I think, what is really needed for this forum, because most of the information has already been provided. So Joy asked us to I think go straight to what do the women really need. So I'll start with just here. I think it's very important to just share, like, these are the protocols that have so far been negotiated. But in terms of what we need as the women, as the youth, I'll focus more into aspects of the digital trade and aspects of the women and youth in trade forum, so that we just see how this is helping us. Before I do so, our partners, so for example, UNDP is providing capacity building for the women so that they're able to trade. And we also have Afrexim Bank that has come on board to say, how do the protocols, or all the protocols, how will we assist? So we know that one of the key challenges for our women is access to finance, or the cost of trade is what is affecting their ability to trade. So we've heard about what the PAPS is doing. So on the African Union perspective, that is the AFCFTA, I would say through as a nation of a member states, we need to speak to our governments through our associations to ensure that the banks that we are banking with at home in our countries are registering to be part of the PAPS. Because if your commercial bank is not registered, you will not be able to have these benefits. And the protocol on women and youth has made it possible so that as part of the implementation of the protocol, we are pushing member states to implement, to fully also register, so that you are able to benefit some of these things. So as the AFCFTA, we have the e-tariff book. I will speak more into that. And we have the non-tariff online mechanism, reporting mechanism. We also have the private sector database. I understand sometimes you have glitches whereby the system is down and you're not able to register, but please, always review and ensure that you register so that that system will help you with matchmaking and to be able to connect or participate in a value chain that you're actively participating in. And of course, we have the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund. This is also one of the tools that the AFCFTA is implementing. In terms of networking, we have this fora, it's one of them, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. So when you're at these such fairs, ensure that you connect with as many women as you can. For example, we had lovely ladies who are exporting shea butter. We have ladies that are dealing with cocoa. There's one of the success stories where the lady in Ghana, who is in the cocoa value chain, connected with another lady in Kenya, who is in the cashew value chain, where they were able to come together, and now they're able to produce chocolate that has cashews in it. You see, this is part of the value chain, creating linkages and also adding value to the existing value chains. So we are aware there's the Biashara Africa that is expected to take place. So this is another forum that is going to provide an opportunity for you to showcase what you have and also just to network. So now, in terms of the protocol, what is the protocol giving us? So you see, if we just talk about the policy, you will not really get what is it for us. So we know we are a government, we work with government. So the government assists us to work with you. So through the protocol, as part of the implementation, we are saying, government, please help us align these policies that we've negotiated. The talk is now over, let's now implement. So part of this implementation, we are going to simplify trade. So by looking at this trade, so it has the trade facilitation aspect and it has all other aspects. For example, I'll take the trade facilitation. So we are talking about the systems that the different countries or the different regions are able to speak to each other. For example, if you have a one-stop border post, meaning this system here should speak to that system there so that we simplify the documents. And if there's a mechanism, you know, there's simplified trade regime, like under the EAC, under COMESA, we look at how effective is it. And if our women, our youth are not benefiting from it, how can we assist as an institution? We speak to the regional economic communities, we speak to the existing countries to ensure that this mechanism that has been put in place is working for you. And also understanding that the women are participating with different products. So if there's an existing simplified trade regime, maybe there's an agreed list, and you find that most of the critical products that the women and youth are participating in are not part of the list. We can come in and assist to say, can you consider this list so that most of these products to be added on the list so that our women and our youth are able to participate. Most of the women are shy to participate in cross-border trade. We know we have serious infrastructure challenges. So we are starting with ensuring that our governments support this implementation of the protocol by making sure that the women start trading in a dignified way. So we want to make sure that all those harassments, you don't feel at ease in any way, or if you feel you are harassed, any feeling that you feel I'm not okay, I'm not safe for this to happen to me. We are saying it's very critical that we ensure our borders have facilities where a woman can report if this is, they experience such a thing, so that there's also an address mechanism, not just reporting, but there's an address mechanism. And also just to give capacity building to our different officers so that they don't use their power to suppress the woman or the youth. So it's work in progress, but you've seen there's a lot of partners that are coming on board, and we hope we'll be able to achieve what we need so that our women can feel safe. So we are pushing easy access to finance. Not only are we pushing easy access to finance, we are calling on our financials. So you know there's different banks. For example, I'll give an example with Equity Bank. We also have Eco Bank, because of their heavy presence in many countries. They have come up with programs. I know Equity Bank has a SIM card program where it's participating in 7 countries, where this SIM card, she's able to deposit, and she can also withdraw money and make transactions using this SIM card. So by using that, she's creating a record. So that record can help assist so that she's able to use that to get credit and so on. And also insurance companies, I'll use an example in the fisheries value chain. I'll talk about it later, which is one of the value chains that we are implementing, where insurance companies have come on board. There's one from Tanzania, Eka Insurance, where they are able to provide like first spoilage insurance. Like if it's the first time you lose something, you are covered for that. And also we are looking at other programs that will be, or products that will be added, so that those losses that our people face because of the long and challenging border processes, you are able to be covered. And also to come to form partnerships so that we are able to co-guarantee each other. So these are part of the programs that are coming on board, and also to just support that there's specific loans that our small scale cross-borders are able to access and be able to expand their business and be able to trade. So we know that our market is really fragmented and everything, and there's serious loss or low information when you come to the grassroots. You find that most of the time when we're at this forum, we have the same faces that come, that have this opportunity, but what about that woman in the rural area who doesn't have this? That's why we are now using the protocol on digital trade, so that using the e-information, our woman is able to have access to information. There's a product I know under ECOWAS, is it 50 million women, where you can access this information. You don't even need internet, as long as you are on small mobile money. There's a certain code that you key in, and you can access some of these women. So these are some of the initiatives, not only that the AFCFTA is doing, but also different regional economic communities are putting in place, and also that is assisting and making it easier for this protocol to be implemented. So we are working together, not only at continental, but also at REC level, to address the main challenge of fragmentation, working in isolation. So we're just trying to come together and to ensure that. And most of the time, we have a challenge of women saying we don't have representation at national level where these decisions are being made. You'll find that we were not consulted when this was implemented, and this is not in our favor, and so on and so forth. So we want our women to be part of the trade facilitation committees that are represented at AFCFTA level. So these are responsible for the implementation of the commitments that we've made at national level. So if your association or your business is not aware of this, I believe go to the Ministry of Trade, find out when these decisions are made. If you are not present, or if there's no representation of your chairman or anybody to speak for you in that committee, you need to ensure that an associate, be part of an association to start with, be part of an association, so that through that association you can have a voice as a woman, as a youth, so that you are able to just be part in these decision-making places. It's very important to know how your National Implementation Committee is functioning and how you can also participate in this National Implementation Committee. If you are a business and you are not recognized by the National Implementation Committee, it will be difficult for you to get the benefits, the preferential tariffs under the AFCFTA. So some of the AFCFTA implementing countries, for example, Egypt, Rwanda, I know Kenya is an implementing country. We have what we call they are accredited association, which is AFCFTA trading companies. So these are companies that I have already tested how they can benefit from the AFCFTA. AFCFTA trading companies have got certification. They know how it is and what is required for you to truly be able to export or import under the AFCFTA. So through this, you can identify there's always a focal point in each, maybe if I should have started from the beginning. As you know, there are now 49 countries that have ratified, right? So you are ready to trade. And we have 28 that are participating. So if you're participating, meaning they should be an AFCFTA trading company. So find out who are the focal point people are, and then that helps small businesses do business aggregation. So through that, if you are not able to transport or export because of the cost associated with it, you are able to cost share, so that you are able to export and also to have the required certification, which would be very expensive for you to do by yourself. So information is very key. Visiting our website, also finding out what's happening is important, but also finding out what's happening in country is also quite key, so that you can also address all the barriers that you are facing. The AFCFTA has also implemented the non-tariff monitoring and reporting tool. So these are some of the tools that are also going to help the women, because the women are the ones that are facing the most NTBs as they trade along the different corridors. So we normally pose this question. When you ask a woman or a youth cross-border trader, they'll say, oh, well, the processing is so long, it makes me lose so much money, we have so many challenges. No, because you heard it from another person heard it from another person, but nobody is really saying what the challenges are. But then you come back to us and say, it's not working. How is it not working? So it's important as a business to first know how should the system work. For example, I'm selling fish. I should know how long does the documentation take for me to clear this particular fish if I'm exporting to this place. I'll give an example. If it takes 3 days for me to have that certification, that is what is required at national level. Then I'm exporting my fish, it takes 3 days. I can't complain that it took so long because it's within the stipulated time. So it's very important to know what you're dealing with. But if it takes 4 to 5 days, then I have a problem. Then that is an NTB. I need to report it. I need to cite out the institution that created that NTB. So that's why I need to register on the NTB platform so that I say, oh, I was in Zambia, I'll give my country. I was in Zambia and the Ministry of Agriculture, instead of issuing this export certificate in 2 days, they issued it in 6 days. So now it will flash. The people sitting at the AFCFTA Secretariat will immediately contact the focal point in Zambia. The focal point will contact the institution available, and you know, it's embarrassing as a country to just be flashing that continental level that you're doing this wrong. So they'll be able to work and make something use. And if there's an excuse, they'll be able to say, no, we had this challenge, but it will be rectified. So that way, our barriers will be going away slowly. But if we don't report them, if we don't know what is required for us to do, then we won't have those challenges. And sometimes, the women, because they've had it so difficult to have this certification, to have this correct documentation, there's corruption. You also won't test the waters, you follow those who are doing wrong. Then you go there, your products are failing to go to the other country. Then again, you start saying, no, this thing is not working. Always test. Find where the challenge is. Where the challenge is, cite it out. Once we see this is what's not working, that's how we can speak with the government and make it work. That's how we can speak with the regional economic communities and make the trade work for our women and the youth. So I've already mentioned some of the forums where women can participate, and still, because you know how women are, like how important women and the youth are, because you are very important for this trade to work. We know that 70% of the people doing cross-border trade are women and youth. So, also we are dealing mostly in agriculture. There are different value chains that we are dealing in to support the women and the youth. The AFCFTA consulted with different forums, and they came up with a private sector strategy. So through this private sector strategy, they looked at all the value chains and said, okay, which value chains can assist in the implementation and also address the issue of inclusivity? So they came up with these 4 value chains. We have agriculture and agro-processing. We have pharmaceuticals, because you know what we need. There's this gap for us to just have our own medicines and also have our own vaccines so that we don't have any challenges in the future. Then we have automotives, because we import second-hand so much across the continent, from Asia, from Europe, from America. So meaning there's a need, there's a gap that we need to fill. Then we all know the challenges with transport and logistics. Through these 4 identified value chains, there was an analysis that was done. And the one that came up where women were coming up to participate more was the agro-processing value chain. And when they assessed the different value chains within the agro-processing, fish was one of the one that came up at the top to say, if we started implementing or supporting this value chain, you'll find that we'll be able to assist many of our women, many of our youth, and we'll also support the way they are participating in intra-Africa trade. So the AFCFTA partnered with MasterCard Foundation and Trademark Africa to support the women in this value chain. So far, the participating countries as a pilot, it's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, including Zanzibar, the island, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Nigeria, Comoros, and Cabo Verde. So these were selected, they are not randomly picked. You look at which is going to support the entire continent. So Comoros and Cabo Verde come in because we need to support island states. Nigeria because of its ability to produce this product and also feed, but also its heavy participation in West Africa. Zambia because of its ability to produce grain. DRC because of its ability to consume. Tanzania, blue economy, and so on. So it was selected out of with an intention to achieve something. So through the implementation of this program, it is expected that in this value chain, it should support existing jobs as well as create jobs. So in total, this project is supposed to run to 3 to 4 years, and it's expected to create about 242,000 jobs for the women and the youth. So through this program, they've also partnered with other partners, Kilimo Trust, there's Microsave Global, and there's also Latest Aqua. So it's looking at capacity building and also how these partners are working with people, women, and cross-border trader on the ground. So it's supposed to increase trade in fish by women and youth through the providing of capacity building and also building linkages. It's supposed to improve access to fish feed inputs because 70% of the cost in aquaculture is feed. So we are looking at how can we ensure that we have quality feed and we also have availability of this feed so that aquaculture can be developed. We have more production of fish. We are producing more. We are creating jobs for our youth, and we are also making trade easier for the participating women and youth. And we also want, through this value chain promotion, we are going to enhance trading environment so that our women and youth are able to participate in a safe environment. So under this program, maybe if I can just go. So the Trademark Africa have an app called iSoko. How many know iSoko? Yes, thank you. Yes, there is. So you need to trade using this iSoko. It's making trade easier, making it simplified, especially in the East African community region. So through these such apps, by looking at the experience and the wins that has been gained through this app, we can also now roll it at continental level or maybe replicate it in other regional communities so that it also works for the people. The EAC is also working with e-certification standards and also to ensure that it's easier for you to trade in this fish. Not only that, they've moved a step further to see, since this value chain is quite key, but you'll find that in terms of the coming up with harmonized system or standards that are recognized. It's a huge challenge. So ASO has come on board, and they are now developing standards that are going to be continental standards, and people in this value chain will be able to trade with certificates that are recognized in each country that you are working on. So those are the gains, and also just to ensure that all the e-trade platform, because this is one of the quick win that we feel is going to help reduce the fragmentation and the working in isolation, and also the quick availability of information. So digital trade, the protocol, the strategy, it's all coming to support the women and the youth. I think that is my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Florence for giving us insight on how to navigate this complex situation, but she has made it much easier for us to understand. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming. I would like to invite on the podium all our panelists, Joy and Natasha, and I don't know if the other gentleman is here. And also Komi. Yeah, if I can invite you onto the stage just as we wind up. I hope your questions are being answered. We have just a few more minutes just for if you have any burning question. And I would like to say to this gentleman, you had put your hand up for a very long time, so we probably start with you if your question has not been answered yet. But just a few more minutes so we can ask our panelists any questions, and then we will be winding up shortly. All right, thank you. So if you have any questions for any of the panelists, we could do that. Let me come down. Gentleman, give the gentleman next to you, thank you. Okay, that's good.
I think my question should have been addressed to the panelists that have left, but I wanted to find out how the export acceleration program is working. And also maybe I just wanted to highlight something that we are doing in Zambia in terms of the supply development program, where we are linking our SMEs to large companies who are buyers, but then we're still in the early or infant stages of implementation. So we hope that next time we come back, we'll have good stories to tell as well. Thank you.
I guess that was, you wanted more from the African Bank, right? I think, Komi, you're better positioned to answer. Mr. Komi.
Yes, so of course we will also organize cross-country dialogue to share experience so that countries that are not implementing similar program can also implement. So we will link up with the countries. But I think I like the idea you brought. Maybe you could have presented the SDP, which is a supply development program, where there is a dedicated support to MSMEs to supply large companies. And this has been implemented in Botswana and be implemented in Zambia, as you said. But in terms of accelerator program specifically, it's a kind of facility that is put in place. I think Togo, I know UNDP Togo is also implementing a similar program for a cohort of entrepreneurs. Basically, you identify the champions through a cohort, help them through capacity building. I know in a country like Togo, this has started over the past 2-3 years, and some of the businesses now are trading. So it's a kind of cohort approach where you build the capacity of a number, you start over a certain period, you take them through market access program, And some of them also receive grants, especially those that are ready to export. You support, identify the gaps as well. Is it similar to SDP where you identify the gap? What are the actions? And this is not only UNDP to do it, right? And then some partners come in to also supply, support certification and so and so. But we will have more details with those countries to provide more detail of the result and so and so, yeah.
All right, do we have any other question? Anybody else with a burning question? Okay.
Not burning, but I wanted to ask the last presenter. I saw Uganda on your presentation, and I'm wondering how, Uganda is involved and who are the partners that you're working with in Uganda. Thank you.
Sorry, I was responding to something urgent, and if you can just repeat it. Thank you. Okay. If I may ask, are you also in the value chain? Okay. All right, thank you. Kilimo Trust is actually situated in Uganda. Kilimo Trust. So we are working with Kilimo Trust is the other sub-partner that is working with the women and youth cross-border traders, including the ones that are dealing with fish in Lake Victoria. And we are also working with the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries, which is agriculture also. We've been in contact with the permanent secretary there. And in June, there was actually a consultation that was held with all the partners on the ground to look at what are the needs of the people and what are the challenges of the women cross-border that are dealing with fish trade. We know there's a lot of challenges in Uganda, which we want to work with the government and see how the women cross-border can be assisted. In terms of the fish bans and also, but we're trying to encourage more aquaculture because we know the depletion of Lake Victoria and other challenges associated with it. So we are also looking at the challenges that you have in terms of fish, feed costs, sorry. If you can see me afterwards, I actually have the contacts of the Kilimo Trust. We can share so that I link you up and how we see how you can be assisted. So if you need capacity building, they are offering those services. And in terms of coming up with a national plan of what they really need or what are the interventions that the program can come into, this was held, but through this Kilimo Trust, you can also request to see what were the priorities that they identified at national level and to see if those address your needs. And if you have anything critical that you feel should be included, there's still this window that is open. The program just started this year, so it's expected to run for the next 3 to 4 years. So there's still space to work with you. Yeah, but we can also share just more detail after this. I'm willing to help. I'm actually working on this value chain. Yeah, I was supporting this value chain, so I'm willing to share more information with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A very big thank you to each and everyone for coming. I will be handing over now to Joy Zentz, the CEO and founder of Africa Women in Trade, AfriTrade. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being patient. We were many, we're getting less, but you know what? Trade is one step and another one. And I'm happy some of you women who are here are running to the stands to get those information. That's what we came here. Even if we get 5 of you, even 2, and you close the deal all the way, just be coming here, we're very, very happy. And myself, I'm excited because we put up this partner together, UNDP. They jumped in. Yes, you have to approach them and ask, can you help me? I need to inform women, but I need someone to support me as sponsors. So we work together, and immediately we have the AFCFTA. We have worked with them. Kelemene came for an exhibition in Cape Town, 2022, over 40 women we put together. And we are still going to do it next year again. We'll be announcing, mostly it will be in Ghana, and we're bringing you in. But ours is purely trade, only when you're trade ready. We are not in a hurry. We take you on board as we build you up, but you have to learn from one another. So I encourage you, whatever information you got here, and this is also recorded, so we'll be sharing with all the Africa women in Europe on our platform. We encourage you to register. As you heard, association is everything. Women work in packs. We don't work single. You're stronger when you're together. And I'm not saying only mine. There are so many women associations all over. We don't compete with anyone. There is enough for everyone. Can you imagine if we are clustered? Their work will be easier to get us. Their work will be easier to really find the solution, the problems, so that they know instead of coming from top down, they should be bottom up. That's the way to do with trade. And our work is to work on the bottom and pass the information to the top. So whatever issue you're getting, reach out to us, Africa Women in Trade. My colleague here, she's very happy to walk you through. And I'm telling you, we walk the journey. We have the women who started like nothing right now. I met her on the stand, the processing. There's a processing stand. They are here with UNDP. They are all over here. And she was screaming when she saw me. And I told her, I knew you were going to be in trade. But you have to start slowly. Keep talking, keep fighting. Go to those trainings, she trades. Can you write she trades? They offer free trainings and certifications and even pay for you everywhere to go to exhibit. And they are real action taker. But if we don't talk to them and tell them, because I sit on a position, being a diaspora in Germany, I sit on very high table sometimes, WTO, ITC, and I tell them this is what my issue my women are having. We also sat on the ITC about she trade because all these women landed on my table with all these beautiful products. I asked them, who did this? Is this one and this one? And I went to their table. Where was this supposed to go? I have challenged them. When I'm in Europe, it's easier. So that we have an impact. Women are tired of training, UNDP. I can report to you to that. Training with no end results. The women are tired. They want to see training and selling. They want to make money. I told the women, money is the most important. Get out from brand. My brand. Doesn't work in trade. Factory price, finish. Whatever I do with that after that, whether I get a youth to process it, this is a program that we're having for the youth. We're going to train them to trade because the women cannot go to trade right now. It's too complicated for them. They're just good at preparing the product until they're, and I'm telling you, they're much older, 60, 70, yeah, when your retirement plan is business plan, huh? Normally for women. So they are there, and I tell them, stop there, stop it. Manufacture is a very good position. You are a manufacturer from now on. My title is so group manufacturer. And give me my price. Give me my price. What we do, as I say, is talking. A lot of mindset. And then I tell them, your youth are your employee. Prepare them. Don't go marketing. It's too much work. Traveling is too much work. Just stay at home, prepare the product. Let the youth train now the other part of it, and where the UNDP should come and train the youth to be traders, aggregators, consolidators, because a school on its own. My women cannot do that. It's too much. They cannot do A to Z. So we have the youth. On my platform, they are waiting. for programs that can help them to to take the women to the next level. And those ones can negotiate, can do everything. They are powerful, especially the Kenya. They are too busy with Gen Z. There's one here in front of me. Went to South Africa. Kenya is not working for me. I go to another country. Don't get stuck with your country. You can support women from all over. There's no border. So I'm very happy. I've been able to work with my colleague with the help of the women. I'm not in trade. No, I learn with them. I tell them we're going to learn together, figure it out until we get it. But we are on the right track. So I want to thank everyone for coming. Pass on the information. We pass on our women. They're all on digital space right now, and we'll be sharing with them the information. They're excited. We are growing. I told them to come and visit. Don't trade yet. And traders who are here, please don't bring a whole bottle of 1 liter. I don't know my brand. We would just want traders bring only 10 milliliter, 30 milliliter. I just need to see. Yeah? Stop carrying too much luggages. That's not trading. I will not carry it so much. I need a sample, and then we start communication. Trade is digital. Just me a card, off you go. Next person. Then you reach at home, start talking to me. Let's exchange email. Make sure you have a Gmail account. It's free. WhatsApp is free. Let's negotiate. Everything we do is digital. I only travel this year I only travel. This is the first travel, but we communicate with them on a daily basis, digital. So thank you so much. We will continue doing this, but before I say thank you, I want to pass on to my sponsors and my biggest partner in the whole process to also pass on regard as we close.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to not only participate in this conversation, but bear witness to the kinds of chemistry that take place when the different partnerships start to come to life, whether it's with UNDP, AFCFTA Secretariat, AfriWomen Trade, Afrexim Bank, with breaking down the information and having it presented so clearly. This is what an event like this one is all about. So I represent UNDP Algeria in this conversation. Algeria, I think, is at a crossroads also at trying to think for itself around how this Pan-African opportunity translates on the ground here, but there's so much more. The continent is diverse. There is so much richness in it. I don't have to tell any of you that. And I think that it's a fantastic opportunity for UNDP Algeria, but UNDP more broadly, to foster and forge these conversations as they continue to mature. And I think that Komi is here for exactly that reason. So I'm not going to say a lot. I'll pass it straight to him. But thank you so much for the opportunity and the privilege.
No, nothing much to say rather than thank you all. Thanks also for our recent representative here who has been hosting us for the past few days. Integration is a process, and we are seeing from, over the past 4 years, we have seen how women entrepreneurs have been able to scale businesses, and some of them trading across border, but a lot still need to be done, and we count on the partnership with all of our partner institutions to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the women, the youth, and the men in the audience for just showing up to this conversation, because we know that we are not trade. Trade is you. That's very important. And all this space, it's because you are important. So you don't need to do the whole process as Joy has said it. Identify which value chain you are participating in and which part of the value chain you can participate. You don't need to stress yourself with the whole thing. Just find what can I manage, where can I participate, and how do I fit into the big system. You can just be as a processor. You can be trading in the final product. You don't need to fish, dry, and sell. You just find out in this thing that which I'm working with, where can I come in? How can I add value? How can I link and create these linkages to these opportunities that have been presented before us. And I just want to take the opportunity to UNDP, Komi. He's been a very great support. We speak policy, but he's on the ground to ensure that what we are speaking at policy level is being actualized. And we see so many stories, even when we cross in the different booths, we see the women who have been supported, who have been given capacity building, who are now able to meet the international standards, who are able to participate in intra-Africa trade. This is really a great support, and we are so appreciative of that. And we are also valuing different women here, the Africa Chamber of Commerce, our women such as Joy, who are bringing you together to just ensure that you are visible, increase visibility, you are able to address some of the challenges. I just want to really appreciate all of you because you are making the work that we are doing at the AFCFTA possible. Thank you very much.
I would just like to echo a very big thank you to each and every person who has attended this session. I hope it has impacted you in one way or another. You have received information. Some is for you, some is for people that you know. So it's not just about you, it's about you thinking of your nation. Every nation represented here, you can take a piece of what has come out from here and take it back with you and let us empower each other. We are here to make sure that we reach many more. Not everyone could come here, but you're a good representative, you're a good ambassador. So take this information. And also I would like to encourage each and every one of you to visit the stands. The AFCFTA have a stand, UNDP have a stand, Afreximbank have a stand. Go to these stands, get more information, so that you can be able to, move to the next level. And I just want to say thank you very much to Joy, our founder, Africa Women in Trade. She's done a tremendous job. I think we can give a big hand of applause to her. She goes all the way. You hear she's talking about the women. She's not only here for herself, but we represent a whole group of women behind us. And that's what it's all about. Because if you lift these women up, you're lifting not only them, but their entire families and their nation. So it's about you creating impact. We'd also encourage you to join us, Africa Women in Trade. We have a website, which is africawomenintrade.com. You can go there, you can learn more about it. You can join our community. You find other like-minded women across the world who you can be able to network with. And before you also leave here, I would encourage you to network with each other because some of the answers you're really looking for could be sitting right next to you. So I just want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. God bless you. Thank you. Okay.
It's a new day, it's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off, nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds we're lifting off. nothing holds us bound. So come one and come all, we call on, oh Africa, come let us build